Section 142 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. And is this little all that was to be? Where is the gloriously decisive change, the immeasurable metamorphosis of human clay to divine gold we looked should, in some poor sort, justify the price? Had a mere adept of the rosy cross spent his life to consummate the great work, would not we start to see the stuff it touched yield not a grain more than the vulgar got by the old smelting process years ago? If this were sad to see in just the sage who should profess so much, perform no more, what is it when suspected in that power who undertook to make and made the world, devised and did effect man, body and soul, ordained salvation for them both, and yet, well, is the thing we see salvation? I put no such dreadful question to myself, within whose circle of experience burns the central truth, power, wisdom, goodness, God. I must outlive a thing ere know it dead. When I outlive the faith there is a sun, when I lie ashes to the very soul, someone, not I, must wail above the heap, he died in dark whence never morn arose. While I see day succeed the deepest night, how can I speak but as I know? My speech must be, throughout the darkness, it will end. The light that did burn will burn. Clouds obscure, but for which obscuration all were bright? Too hastily concluded. Sun suffused, a cloud may soothe the eye, made blind by blaze. Better the very clarity of heaven. The soft streaks are the beautiful and dear. What but the weakness in a faith supplies the incentive to humanity no strength absolute, irresistible comports? How can man love but what he yearns to help? And that which men think weakness within strength. But angels know for strength and stronger yet. What were it else but the first things made new, but repetition of the miracle, the divine instance of self-sacrifice that never ends and aye begins for man? So never I miss footing in the maze, no, I have light nor fear the dark at all. But are mankind not real, who pace outside my petty circle? The world measured me, and when they stumble, even as I stand, have I a right to stop ears when they cry, as they were phantoms, took the clouds for crags, tripped and fell where the march of man might move? Beside, the cry is other than a ghost's, when out of the old time there pleads some bard, philosopher, or both, and whispers not, but words it boldly. The inward work and worth of any mind, what other mind may judge save God, who only knows the thing he made, the veritable service he exacts? It is the outward product men upraise. Behold, an engine hoists a tower aloft. I looked that it should move the mountain too, or else had just a turret toppled down, success enough. May say the machinist who knows what less or more result might be, but we who see that done, we cannot do, a feat beyond man's force, we men must say. Regard me and that shake I gave the world. I was born not so long before Christ's birth, as Christ's birth haply did precede thy day, but many a watch before the star of dawn. Therefore I lived. It is thy creed affirms, Pope Innocent, who art to answer me, under conditions no wise to escape, whereby salvation was impossible. Each impulse to achieve the good and fair, each aspiration to the pure and true, being without a warrant or an aim, was just as sterile a felicity as if the insect, born to spend his life soaring his circles, stopped them to describe, painfully motionless in the mid-air, some word of weighty counsel for man's sake, some "Know thyself," or "Take the golden mean." For went his happy dance, and the glad ray died half an hour the sooner and was dust. I, born to perish like the brutes, or worse, why not live brutishly, obey my law? But I, of body as of soul complete, a gymnast at the games, philosopher i' the schools, who painted and made music, all glories that met upon the tragic stage when the third poet's dread surprised the two, whose lot fell in a land where life was great and sense went free and beauty lay profuse. I, untouched by one adverse circumstance, adopted virtue as my rule of life, waived all reward, and loved for loving's sake, and what my heart taught me, I taught the world, and have been teaching now 2000 years. Witness my work, plays that should please, forsooth. They might please, they may displease, they shall teach, for truth's sake. So I said, and did, and do. 500 years ere Paul spoke, Felix heard. How much of temperance and righteousness, judgment to come, did I find reason for, corroborate with my strong style that spared no sin, nor swerved the more from branding brow because the sinner was called Zeus and God? How nearly did I guess at that Paul knew? How closely come, in what I represent as duty, to his doctrine yet a blank? And as that limner not untruly limns who draws an object round or square, which square or round seems to the unassisted eye, though Galileo's tube display the same oval or oblong, so, who controverts I rendered rightly what proves wrongly wrought beside Paul's picture? Mine was true for me. I saw that there are, first and above all, the hidden forces, blind necessities, named nature, but the things self-unconceived. Then follow, how dependent upon these we know not, how imposed above ourselves we well know, what I name the gods, a power various or one. For great and strong and good is there, and little, weak and bad there too. Wisdom and folly, say these make no God, what is it else that rules outside man's self? A fact then, always to the naked eye, and so the one revealment possible of what were unimagined else by man. Therefore, what gods do, man may criticise, applaud, condemn. How should he fear the truth? But likewise have in awe because of power, venerate for the main munificence, and give the doubtful deed its due excuse from the acknowledged creature of a day to the eternal and divine. Thus, bold yet self-mistrusting, should man bear himself, most assured on what now concerns him most, the law of his own life, the path he prints, which law is virtue and not vice, I say, and least inquisitive where least search skills, the nature we best give the clouds to keep. What could I paint beyond a scheme like this out of the fragmentary truths where light lay fitful in a tenebrific time? You have the sunrise now, joins truth to truth, shoots life and substance into death and void. Themselves compose the whole we made before. The forces and necessity grow God. The beings so contrarious that seemed gods prove just his operation manifold and multiform, translated, as must be, into intelligible shape so far as suits our sense and sets us free to feel. What if I let a child think, childhood long, that lightning, I would have him spare his eye, is a real arrow shot at naked orb? The man knows more, but shuts his lids the same. Lightning's cause comprehends nor man nor child. Why then, my scheme, your better knowledge broke, presently readjusts itself, the small proportioned largelier, parts and whole named new. So much, no more 2000 years have done. Pope, dost thou dare pretend to punish me for not descrying sunshine at midnight? Me who crept all fours, found my way so far, while thou rewardest teachers of the truth who miss the plain way in the blaze of noon. Though just a word from that strong style of mine, grasped honestly in hand as guiding staff, had pricked them a sure path across the bog, that mire of cowardice and slush of lies wherein I find them wallow in wide day. End of section 142. Section 143 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. How should I answer this Euripides? Paul, 'tis a legend, answered Seneca. But that was in the dayspring. Noon is now. We have got too familiar with the light. Shall I wish back once more that thrill of dawn, when the whole truth-touched man burned up one fire? Assured the trial, fiery, fierce, but fleet, would from his little heap of ashes lend wings to the conflagration of the world which Christ awaits ere he make all things new. So should the frail become the perfect, rapt from glory of pain to glory of joy, and so, even in the end, the act renouncing earth, lands, houses, husbands, wives, and children here, begin that other act which finds all lost regained, in this time even 100-fold, and in the next time feels the finite love blent and embalmed with its eternal life. So does the sun ghastlily seem to sink in those north parts, lean all but out of life, desist a dread mere breathing stop, then slow reassert day, begin the endless rise. Was this too easy for our after stage? Was such a lighting up of faith in life only allowed initiate, set man's step in the true way by help of the great glow, a way wherein it is ordained he walk, bearing to see the light from heaven still more and more encroached on by the light of earth. Tentatives earth puts forth to rival heaven, earthly incitements that mankind serve God for man's sole sake, not God's and therefore man's, till at last, who distinguishes the sun from a mere druid fire on a far mount? More praise to him who with his subtle prism shall decompose both beams and name the true. In such sense, who is last proves first indeed. For how could saints and martyrs fail see truth streak the night's blackness? Who is faithful now untwists heaven's pure white from the yellow flare o' the world's gross torch without a foil to help produce the Christian act so possible, when in the way stood Nero's cross and stake. So hard now that the world smiles, rightly done, it is the politic, the thrifty way, will clearly make you in the end returns beyond our fool sport and improvidence. We fools go through the cornfield of this life, pluck ears to left and right, and swallow raw. Nay, tread at pleasure a sheaf underfoot to get the better at some poppy flower, well aware we shall have so much wheat less in the eventual harvest. You meantime waste not a spike, the richlier will you reap. What then? There will be always garnered meal sufficient for our comfortable loaf, while you enjoy the undiminished prize. Is not this ignoble confidence, cowardly hardihood, that dulls and damps, makes the old heroism impossible? Unless, what whispers me of times to come? What if it be the mission of that age, my death will usher into life, to shake this torpor of assurance from our creed, reintroduce the doubt discarded, bring the formidable danger back we drove long ago to the distance and the dark? No wild beast now prowls round the infant camp. We have built wall and sleep in city safe. But if the earthquake try the towers, that laugh to think they once saw lions rule outside, till man stand out again, pale, resolute, prepared to die, that is, alive at last? As we broke up that old faith of the world, have we next stage to break up this the new? Faith in the thing, grown faith in the report, whence need to bravely disbelieve report through increased faith in thing, reports belie? Must we deny? Do they, these Molinists, at peril of their body and their soul, recognize truths, obedient to some truth unrecognized yet, but perceptible? Correct the portrait by the living face, man's God by God's God in the mind of man? Then, for the few that rise to the new height, the many that must sink to the old depth, the multitude found fall away, a few, e'en ere the new law speak clear, keep the old, preserve the Christian level, call good good and evil evil, even though raised and blank the old titles stand, through custom, habitude, and all they may mistake for finer sense of the fact than reason warrants. As before, they hope perhaps, fear not impossibly. Surely some one Pompilia in the world will say, I know the right place by foot's feel. I took it and tread firm there. Wherefore change? But what a multitude will fall, perchance, quite through the crumbling truth subjacent late, sink to the next discoverable base, rest upon human nature, take their stand on what is fact, the lust and pride of life. The mass of men, whose very souls even now seem to need recreating, so they slink worm-like into the mud light now lays bare, whose future we dispose of with shut eyes. They are baptized, grafted, the barren twigs, into the living stock of Christ, may bear one day, till when they lie death-like, not dead. Those who with all the aid of Christ lie thus, how without Christ, whither unaided sink? What, but to this rehearsed before my eyes? Do not we end the century and I? The impatient anti-mask treads close on Chaib, the very mask's self it will mock. On me, last lingering personage, the impatient mime pushes already. Will I block the way? Will my slow trail of garments ne'er leave space for pantaloon, sock, plume, and castanet? Here comes the first experimentalist in the new order of things. He plays a priest. Does he take inspiration from the Church, directly make her rule his law of life? Not he. His own mere impulse guides the man. Happily sometimes, since ourselves admit he had danced, in gaiety of heart, I' the main, the right step in the maze we bade him foot. What if his heart had prompted to break loose and mar the measure? Why, we must submit and thank the chance that brought him safely through. Will he repeat the prodigy? Perhaps. Can he teach others how to quit themselves, prove why this step was right, while that were wrong? How should he? Ask your hearts as I asked mine, and get discreetly through the morris so. If your hearts misdirect you, quit the stage and make amends. Be there amends to make. Such is, for the Augustine that was once, this Canon Caponsacchi we see now. And my heart answers to another tune, puts in the Abate, second in the suite. I have my taste too, and tread no such step. You choose the glorious life, and may, for me, who like the lowest of life's appetites. What you judge, but the very truth of joy to my own apprehension which must judge. Call me knave, and you get yourself called fool. I live for greed, ambition, lust, revenge. Attain these ends by force, guile, hypocrite. Today, perchance tomorrow, recognized the rational man, the type of common sense. There's Loyola, adapted to our time. Under such guidance, Guido plays his part. He also influencing, in due turn, these last clods where I track intelligence by any glimmer. Those four at his beck, ready to murder any, and at their own as ready to murder him. These are the world. And, first effect of the new cause of things, There they lie also duly, the old pair of the weak head and not so wicked heart, and the one Christian mother, wife and girl, which three gifts seem to make an angel up. The first foot of the dance is on their heads. End of section 143. Section 144 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10. The Pope continued. Still, I stand here, not off the stage, though close on the exit, and my last act as my first. I owe the scene, and him who armed me thus with Paul's sword, as with Peter's key. I smite with my whole strength once more, then end my part. Ending, so far as man may, this offence, and when I raise my arm, what plucks my sleeve? Who stops me in the righteous function? Foe or friend? Oh, still as ever, friends are they who, in the interest of outraged truth, deprecate such rough handling of a lie. The facts being proved and incontestable, what is the last word I must listen to? Is it, spare yet a term this barren stock, we pray thee dig about and dung and dress till he repent and bring forth fruit even yet? Is it, so poor and swift a punishment shall throw him out of life with all that sin? Let mercy rather pile up pain on pain till the flesh expiate what the soul pays else? No wise. Remonstrance on all sides begins instruct me, there's a new tribunal now higher than God's, the educated man's. Nice sense of honour in the human breast supersedes here the old course oracle, confirming handsomely a point or so wherein the predecessor worked aright by rule of thumb, as when Christ said, when, where? Enough, I find it in a pleading here. All other wrongs done patiently I take, but touch my honour, and the case is changed. I feel the due resentment. Nemini honorem trado is my quick retort. Right of him, just as if pronounced today. Still, should the old authority be mute or doubtful, or in speaking clash with new, the younger takes permission to decide. At last we have the instinct of the world ruling its household without tutelage. And while the two laws, human and divine, have busied finger with this tangled case, in the brisk junior pushes, cuts the knot, pronounces for acquittal. How it trips silverly o'er the tongue! Remit the death, forgive, well, in the old way, if thou please. Decency and the relics of routine respected, let the Count go free as air. Since he may plead a priest's immunity, the minor orders help enough for that. With Farinacci's licence, who decides that the mere implication of such man, so privileged in any cause, before whatever court except the spiritual, straight quashes the procedure. Quash it then. It proves a pretty loophole of escape, moreover, that, Beside the patent fact o' the law's allowance, there's involved the weal o' the popedom, a son's privilege at stake. Thou wilt pretend the Church's interest, ignore all finer reasons to forgive. But herein lies the proper cogency. Let thy friends teach thee while thou tellest beads, that in this case the spirit of culture speaks, civilization is imperative. To her shall we remand all delicate points henceforth, nor take irregular advice o' the sly as heretofore. She used to hint apologies when law was out of sorts because a saucy tongue was put to rest. An eye that roved was cured of arrogance. But why be forced to mumble under breath what soon shall be acknowledged the plain fact? Outspoken, say, in thy successor's time? Methinks we see the golden age return. Civilization and the emperor succeed thy Christianity and pope. One emperor then, as one pope now. Meanwhile, she anticipates a little to tell thee, take Count Guido's life and sap society, whereof the main prop was, is, and shall prove supremacy of husband over wife. Shall the man rule o' the house, or may his mate, because of any plea, dispute the same? Oh, pleas of all sorts shall abound, be sure, if once allowed validity, for harsh and savage, for inept and silly sooth, for this and that. Will the ingenious sex demonstrate the best master e'er graced slave? And there's but one short way to end the coil, by giving right and reason steadily to the man and master. Then the wife submits. There it is broadly stated, nor the time admits we shift. A pillar? Nay, a stake out of its place I' the tenement. One touch whereto may send a shudder through the heap and bring it toppling on our heads perchance. Moreover, if this breed a qualm in thee, give thine own feelings play for once. Deal death? Thou, whose own life winks o'er the socket edge, wouldst thou it went out in such ugly snuff as dooming sons to death? Though justice bade? Why, on a certain feast, Barabbas' self was set free, not to cloud the general cheer. Neither shalt thou pollute thy Sabbath close. Mercy is safe and graceful. How one hears the howl begin! Scarce the three little taps of the silver mallet ended on thy brow. His last act was to sacrifice a count and thereby screen a scandal of the Church. Guido condemned, the canon justified, of course. Delinquents of his cloth go free. And so the Luthers and the Calvins come. So thy hand helps Molinos to the chair, whence he may hold forth till doomsday on just these petit maître priestlings in the choir Sanctus et Benedictus, with a brush of soft guitar strings that obey the thumb, touched by the bedside for accompaniment. Does this give umbrage to a husband? Death to the fool, and to the priest impunity. But no impunity to any friend so simply over-loyal as these four who made religion of their patron's cause, believed in him and did his bidding straight, asked not one question but laid down the lives this Pope took, all 4 lives together made just his own length of days, so dead they lie, as these were times when loyalty's a drug, and zeal in a subordinate too cheap and common to be saved when we spend life. Come, 'tis too much good breath we waste in words. The pardon, Holy Father! Spare grimace, shrugs and reluctance. Are not we the world? Bid thee, our Priam, let soft culture plead Hecuba-like. Non tali, Virgil serves, Auxilio, and the rest. Enough, it works. The Pope relaxes, and the Prince is loth, the Father's bowels yearn, the man's will bends, reply is apt, our tears on tremble, hearts big with a benediction, wait the word shall circulate through the city in a trice, set every window flaring, give each man o' the mob his torch to wave for gratitude, pronounce it, for our breath and patience fail. I will, sirs. For a voice other than yours quickens my spirit. Quis pro Domino? Who is upon the Lord's side? Asked the Count. I, who write. On receipt of this command, acquaint Count Guido and his fellows, for they die tomorrow. Could it be tonight, the better. But the work to do takes time. Set with all diligence a scaffold up, not in the customary place, by bridge Saint Angelo, where die the common sort, but since the man is noble, and his peers by predilection haunt the people's square, there let him be beheaded in the midst, and his companions hanged on either side. So shall the quality see, fear and learn. All which work takes time. Till tomorrow, then, let there be prayer incessant for the 5. For the main criminal, I have no hope except in such a suddenness of fate. I stood at Naples once, a night so dark I could have scarce conjectured there was earth anywhere, sky or sea or world at all. But the night's black was burst through by a blaze, thunder struck blow on blow, earth groaned and bore. Through her whole length of mountain visible, there lay the city thick and plain with spires, and, like a ghost disshrouded, white the sea. So may the truth be flashed out by one blow, and Guido see, one instant, and be saved. Else I avert my face, nor follow him into that sad, obscure, sequestered state where God unmakes but to remake the soul he else made first in vain. Which must not be. Enough, for I may die this very night. And how should I dare die? This man let live? Carry this forthwith to the Governor. End of section 144. End of chapter 10, The Pope. Section 145 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido. You are the Cardinal Acciaiuoli, and you Abate Panciatichi. 2 good Tuscan names. Acciaiuoli, Your ancestor, it was, built the huge battlemented convent block over the little forky flashing greve that takes a quick turn at the foot of the hill just as one first sees Florence. Oh, those days! 'Tis Emma, though, the other rivulet, the one arched brown brick bridge yawns over. Yes, gallop and go 5 minutes, and you gain the Roman gate from where the Emma's bridged. Kingfishers fly there. How I see the bend o'er-turreted by Certosa, which he built, that seneschal, we styled him, of your house. I do adjure you, help me, sirs. My blood comes from as far a source. Ought it to end this way, by leakage through their scaffold planks into Rome's sink where her red refuse runs? Sirs, I beseech you by blood sympathy, if there be any vile experiment in the air, if this your visit simply prove, when all's done, just a well-intentioned trick that tries for truth truer than truth itself, by startling up a man ere break of day to tell him he must die at sunset. Pshaw! That man's a Franceschini. Feel his pulse, laugh at your folly, and let's all go to sleep. You have my last word. Innocent am I, as innocent my Pope, and murderer, innocent as a babe, as Mary's own, as Mary's self. I said, say and repeat. And why, then, should I die 12 hours hence? I, whom not 12 hours ago the jailor bade turn to my straw tuss, settle and sleep sound that I might wake the sooner, promptly repay his dues of meat and drink indulgence, cross his palm with fee of the good hand beside, as gallants use who go at large again. For why? All honest Rome approved my part. Whoever owned wife, sister, daughter, nay, mistress, had any shadow of any right that looks like right, and all the more resolved, held it with tooth and nail, these manly men approved. I being for Rome, Rome was for me. Then, there's the point reserved, the subterfuge my lawyers held by, kept for last resource, firm should all else, the impossible fancy, fail. And sneaking burgess spirit win the day, the knaves! One plea at least would hold, they laughed. One grappling iron scratch the bottom rock, even should the middle mud let anchor go, and hook my cause on to the clergy's, plea which, even if law tipped off my hat and plume, would show my priestly tonsure save me so. The Pope, moreover, this old innocent, being so meek and mild and merciful, so fond of the poor and so fatigued of earth, so 50,000 devils in deepest hell, why must he cure us of our strange conceit of the angel in man's likeness, that we loved and looked should help us at a pinch? He help, he pardon, here's his mind and message, death! Thank the good Pope! Now, is he good in this? Never mind, Christian, no such stuff's extant. But will my death do credit to his reign? Show he both lived and let live, so was good? Cannot I live if he but like? The law! Why, just the law gives him the very chance, the precise leave to let my life alone, which the angelic soul of him, he says, yearns after. Here they drop it in his palm, my lawyers, capital of the cursed kind, a life to take and hold and keep. But no! He sighs, shakes head, refuses to shut hand, motions away the gift they bid him grasp, and of the coyness comes that off I run and down I go, he best knows whither. Mind, he knows, and sets me rolling all the same. Disinterested vicar of our Lord, this way he abrogates and disallows, nullifies and ignores, reverts in fine to the good and right, in detriment of me. Talk away! Will you have the naked truth? He's sick of his life's supper, swallowed lies, so, hobbling bedward, needs must ease his maw just where I sit on the door-sill. Sir Abate, can you do nothing? Friends we used to frisk. What of this sudden slash in a friend's face, this cut across our good companionship that showed its front so gay when both were young? Were not we put into a beaten path, bid pace the world, we nobles born and bred, the body of friends, with each his scutcheon full of old achievement and impunity? Taking the laugh of morn and soul's salute as forth we fared, pricked on to breathe our steeds and take equestrian sport o'er the green under the blue, across the crop, what care? So we went prancing up hill and down dale, in and out of the level and the straight, by the bit of pleasant byway. Where was harm? Still soul salutes me, and the morning laughs. I see my grandsire's hoof prints, point the spot where he drew rein, slipped saddle, and stabbed knave for daring throw gibe, much less stone, from pale. Then back and on and up with the cavalcade. Just so wend we, now canter, now converse, till, mid the jouncing pride and jaunty port, something of a sudden jerks at somebody, a dagger is out, a flashing cut and thrust, because I play some prank my grandsire played, and here I sprawl. Where is the company? Gone! A trot and a trample, only I lie trapped, writhe in a certain novel springe just set by the good old Pope. I'm first prize. Warn me? Why? Apprise me that the law o' the game is changed? Enough that I'm a warning, as I writhe, to all and each my fellows of the file, and make law plain henceforward past mistake. For such a prank, death is the penalty. Pope the 500th, what do I know or care? Deputes your eminence and abateship to announce that 12 hours from this time he needs I just essay upon my body and soul the virtue of his brand new engine, prove represser of the pranksome. I'm the first. Thanks. Do you know what teeth you mean to try the sharpness of on this soft neck and throat? I know it. I have seen and hate it. Ay, as you shall, while I tell you. Let me talk, or leave me at your pleasure. Talk I must. What is your visit but my lure to talk? You have a something to disclose? A smile at the end of the forced sternness means to mock the heartbeats here? I call your two hearts stone. Is your charge to stay with me till I die? Be tacit as your bench, then. Use your ears, I use my tongue. How glibly yours will run at pleasant supper time. God's curse! Tonight, when all the guests jump up, begins so brisk, welcome his eminence who shrived the wretch. Now we shall have the Abate's story. End of section 145. Section 146 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido continued. Life. How I could spill this overplus of mine among those hoar-haired, shrunk-shanked, odds and ends of body and soul old age is chewing dry, those windle straws that stare while purblind death mows here, mows there, makes hay of juicy me, and misses just the bunch of withered weed would brighten hell and streak its smoke with flame. How the life I could shed yet never shrink would drench their stalks with sap like grass in May. Is it not terrible, I entreat you, sirs? Such manifold and plenitudinous life, prompt at death's menace to give blow for threat, answer his "Be thou not" by "Thus I am," terrible so to be alive, yet die? How I live, how I see, so how I speak. Lucidity of soul unlocks the lips. I never had the words at will before. How I see all my folly at a glance. A man requires a woman and a wife. There was my folly. I believed the saw. I knew that just myself concerned myself, yet needs must look for what I seem to lack in a woman. Why, the woman's in the man. Fools we are. How we learn things when too late. Overmuch life turns round my woman side. The male and female in me, mixed before, settle of a sudden. I'm my wife outright in this unmanly appetite for truth, this careless courage as to consequence, this instantaneous sight through things and through, this voluble rhetoric, if you please, 'tis she. Here you have that Pompilia whom I slew, also the folly for which I slew her. Fool! And, fool-like, what is it I wander from? What of the sharpness of your iron tooth? Ah, that I know the hateful thing. This way. I chanced to stroll forth many a good year gone, one warm spring eve in Rome, and unaware looking, mayhap to count what stars were out, came on your huge axe in a frame, that falls and so cuts off a man's head underneath. Mannaia, thus we made acquaintance first, out of the way, in a by-part of the town, at the mouth of Truth, o' the river side, you know. One goes by the Capitol, and wherefore coy, retiring out of crowded, noisy Rome? Because a very little time ago it had done service, chopped off head from trunk, belonging to a fellow whose poor house the thing had made a point to stand before, Felice whatsoever was the name, who stabled buffaloes and so gained bread. Our clowns unyoke them in the ground hard by, and, after use of much improper speech, had struck at Duke some title or other's face. Because he kidnapped, carried away and kept Felice's sister, that would sit and sing i' the filthy doorway while she plaited fringe to deck the brutes with. On their gear it goes. The good girl with the velvet in her voice, so did the Duke, so did Felice, so did Justice, intervening with her axe. There the man-mutilating engine stood at ease, both gay and grim, like a Swiss guard off duty, purified itself as well, getting dry, sweet and proper for next week, and doing incidental good, 'twas hoped, to the rough lesson-lacking populace who now and then, forsooth, must right their wrongs. There stood the 12-foot square of scaffold railed considerately round to elbow height. Suppose an officer should tumble thence and sprain his ankle and be lame a month, through starting when the axe fell and head too? Railed likewise were the steps whereby 'twas reached, all of it painted red. Red in the midst ran up two narrow tall beams barred across, since from the summit, some 12 feet to reach, the iron plate with the sharp shearing edge had slammed, jerked, shot or slid, I shall find which. There it lay quiet, fast in its fit place, the wooden half-moon collar, now eclipsed by the blade which blocked its curvature, apart the other half, the under half-moon board which, helped by this, completes a neck's embrace, joined to a sort of desk that wheels aside out of the way when done with. Down you kneel, in you're wheeled, over you the other drops, tight you are clipped, whiz! There's the blade on you, out trundles body, down flops head on floor, and where's your soul gone? That, too, I shall find. This kneeling place was red, never fear, but only slimy like with paint, not blood. For why? A decent pitcher stood at hand, a broad dish to hold sawdust, and a broom by some unnamed utensil, scraper-rake, each with a conscious air of duty done. Underneath, loungers, boys and some few men, discoursed this platter and the other tool, just as, when grooms tie up and dress a steed, boys lounge and look on, and elucubrate what the round brush is used for, what the square. So was explained to me, the skill-less man, the manner of the grooming for next world undergone by Felice, what's his name? There's no such lovely month in Rome as May. May's crescent is no half-moon of red plank, and came now tilting o'er the wave i' the west, one greenish golden sea, right twixt those bars of the engine. I began acquaintance with, understood, hated, hurried from before to have it out of sight and cleanse my soul. Here it is all again, conserved for use. 12 hours hence I may know more, not hate worse. That young May moon month, devils of the deep, was not a pope then pope as much as now? Used not he cheer up o'er the merry tales, chuckle his nephew so exact the wag to play a jealous cullion such a trick as wins the wife i' the pleasant story? Well, why do things change? Wherefore is Rome unroamed? I tell you, Ere Felice's corpse was cold, the Duke that night threw wide his palace doors, received the compliments of the quality for justice done him, bowed and smirked his best, and in return passed round a pretty thing, a portrait of Felice's sister self, florid old rogue Albano's masterpiece. As, better than virginity in rags, bouncing Europa on the back o' the bull, they laughed and took their road the safelier home. Ah, but times change, there's quite another Pope. I do the Duke's deed, take Felice's place. And, being no Felice, lout and clout, stomach but ill the phrase, I lose my head. How euphemistic. Lose what? Lose your ring, your snuff-box, tablets, kerchief, but your head? I learnt the process at an early age. 'Twas useful knowledge in those same old days, to know the way a head is set on neck. My fencing master urged, would you excel? Rest not content with mere bold give and guard, nor pink the antagonist somehow, anyhow. See me dissect a little, and know your game. Only anatomy makes a thrust the thing. O Cardinal, those lithe necks of ours! Here go the vertebrae, here's Atlas, here axis, and here's the symphysis. Stop short, so wisely and well, as o'er a corpse we can't. And here's the silver cord which, what's our word, depends from the gold bowl, which loosed, not lost, lets us from heaven to hell. One chop, we're loose. And not much pain i' the process, quoth the sage. Who told him? Not Felice's ghost, I think. Such losing is scarce Mother Nature's mode. She fain would have cord ease itself away, worn to a thread by 70 years, snap while we slumber. That seems bearable. I'm told one clot of blood extravasate ends one as certainly as Roland's sword. One drop of lymph suffused proves Oliver's mace, intruding either of the pleasant pair on the arachnoid tunic of my brain. End of section 146. Section 147 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido, continued. That's nature's way of loosing cord. But art? How of art's process with the engine here? When bowl and cord alike are crushed across, bored between, bruised through? Why, if Fagon's self, the French court's pride, that famed practitioner, would pass his cold pale lightning of a knife, pistoia ware, adroit twixt joint and joint, with just a "See how facile, gentlefolks, the thing were not so bad to bear." Brute force cuts as he comes, breaks in, breaks on, breaks out of the hard and soft of you. Is that the same? A lithe snake thrids the hedge, makes throb no leaf. A heavy ox sets chest to briar and branch, bursts somehow through, and leaves one hideous hole behind him. And why must this needs be? Oh, if men were but good! they are not good, nowise like Peter. People called him rough, but if, as I left Rome, I spoke the saint, Petrus quo vadis, doubtless I should hear, to free the prisoner and forgive his fault. I plucked the absolute dead from God's own bar and raised up Dorcas. Why not rescue thee? What would cost such nullifying word? If innocent succeeds to Peter's place, let him think Peter's thought, speak Peter's speech. I say he is bound to it. Friends, how say you? Concede I be all one blood guiltiness and mystery of murder in the flesh. Why should that fact keep the Pope's mouth shut fast? He execrates my crime? Good! Sees hell yawn 1 inch from the red plank's end which I press. Nothing is better. What's the consequence? How does a Pope proceed that knows his cue? Why, leaves me linger out my minute here, since close on death come judgment and the doom, nor cribs at dawn its pittance from a sheep destined ere dewfall to be butcher's meat. Think, sirs, if I had done you any harm, and you require the natural revenge, suppose, and so intend to poison me, just as you take and slip into my draught the paper full of powder that clears scores, you notice on my brow a certain blue, how you both overset the wine at once, how you both smile. Our enemy has the plague. 12 hours hence he'll be scraping his bones bare of that intolerable flesh, and die, frenzied with pain. No need for poison here. Step aside and enjoy the spectacle. Tender for souls are you, Pope innocent. Christ's maxim is, 1 soul outweighs the world. Respite me, save a soul, then curse the world. No, venerable sire, I hear you smirk. No, for Christ's gospel changes names, not things, renews the obsolete, does nothing more. Our fire new gospel is retinkered law, our mercy justice, Jove's rechristened God. Nay, whereas in the popular conceit, 'tis pity that old harsh law somehow limps, lingers on earth, although law's day be done, else would benignant gospel interpose, not furtively as now, but bold and frank, or flutter us with healing in her wings. Law is all harshness, gospel were all love. We like to put it on the contrary. Gospel takes up the rod which law lets fall. Mercy is vigilant when justice sleeps. Does law let Guido taste the gospel grace? The secular arm allow the spiritual power to act for once? What compliment so fine as that the gospel handsomely be harsh? Thrust back law's victim on the nice and coy? Yes, you do say so, else you would forgive me, whom law dares not touch but tosses you. Don't think to put on the professional face. You know what I know. Casuists as you are, each nerve must creep, each hair start, sting and stand at such illogical inconsequence. Dear my friends, do but see. A murder's tried. There are 2 parties to the cause. I'm one. Defend myself, as somebody must do. I have the best of the battle, that's a fact. Simple fact. Fancies find no place beside. What though half Rome condemned me, half approved, and none disputes, the luck is mine at last. all Rome i' the main acquits me. Whereupon what has the Pope to ask but how finds law? I find, replies law, I have erred this while, guilty or guiltless. Guido proves a priest, no layman. He is therefore yours, not mine. I bound him, loose him, you whose will is Christ's. And now what does this vicar of the Lord, shepherd of the flock, one whose charge bleats sore for crook's help from the quag wherein it drowns? Law suffers him put forth the crumpled end. His pleasure is to turn staff, use the point, and thrust the shuddering sheep he calls a wolf back and back, down and down to where hell gapes. Guiltless, cries law. Guilty, corrects the Pope. Guilty for the whim's sake. Guilty, he somehow thinks, and anyhow says. 'Tis truth, he dares not lie. Others should do the lying. That's the cause brings you both here. I ought in decency confess to you that I deserve my fate. Am guilty, as the Pope thinks. Ay, to the end, keep up the jest, lie on, lie ever, lie I' the latest gasp of me. What reason, sirs? Because tomorrow will succeed today for you, though not for me. And if I stick still to the truth, declare with my last breath I die an innocent and murdered man, why, there's the tongue of Rome will wag apace this time tomorrow. Don't I hear the talk? So, to the last he proved impenitent? Pagans have said as much of martyred saints. Law demurred, washed her hands of the whole case. Prince somebody said this, Duke something that. Doubtless the man's dead, dead enough, don't fear. But hang it, what if there have been a spice, a touch of, eh? You see, the Pope's so old, some of us add obtuse. Age never slips the chance of shoving youth to face death first, and so on. Therefore, to suppress such talk, you too come here, entreat I tell you lies, and end the edifying way. I end telling the truth. Your self-styled shepherd, thieves, a thief! And how thieves hate the wolves we know. Damage to theft, damage to thrift, all's one. The red hand is sworn foe of the black jaw. That's only natural, that's right enough. But why the wolf should compliment the thief with the shepherd's title, bark out life in thanks, and spiteless lick the prong that spits him, eh? Cardinal, my abate, scarcely thus. There, let my sheepskin garb, a curse on it, go. Leave my teeth free if I must show my shag. Repent? What good shall follow? If I pass 12 hours repenting, will that fact hook fast the 13th at the horrid dozen's end? If I fall forthwith at your feet, gnash, tear, foam, rave, to give your story the due grace, will that assist the engine halfway back into its hiding house? Boards shaking now, bone against bone, like some old skeleton bat that wants, now winter's dead, to wake and pray. Will howling put the spectre back to sleep? Ah, but I misconceive your object, sirs, since I want new life like the creature. Life being done with here, begins i' the world away. I shall next have, come mortals, and be judged. There's but a minute betwixt this and then. So quick be sorry, since it saves my soul. Sirs, truth shall save it, since no lies assist. Hear the truth, you, whatever you style yourselves, civilization and society. Come, one good grapple, I with all the world. Dying in cold blood is the desperate thing. The angry heart explodes, bears off in blaze the indignant soul, and I'm combustion ripe. Why, you intend to do your worst with me. That's in your eyes. You dare no more than death, and mean no less. I must make up my mind. So, Pietro, when I chased him here and there, morsel by morsel cut away the life I loathed, cried for just respite to confess and save his soul. Much respite did I grant. Why grant me respite, who deserve my doom? Me, who engaged to play a prize, fight you, knowing your arms, and foil you, trick for trick, at rapier fence, your match and maybe more. I knew that if I chose sin certain sins, solace my lusts out of the regular way prescribed to me, I should find you in the path, have to try skill with a redoubted foe. You would lunge, I would parry, and make end. At last, occasion of a murder comes. We cross blades. I, for all my brag, break guard, and in goes the cold iron at my breast, out at my back, and end is made of me. You stand confessed the adroiter swordsman, ay, but on your triumph you increase, it seems, want more of me than lying flat on face. I ought to raise my ruined head, allege not simply I pushed worse blade o' the pair, but my antagonist dispensed with steel. There was no passage of arms. You looked me low with brow and eye, abolished cut and thrust, nor used the vulgar weapon. This chance scratch, this incidental hurt, this sort of hole i' the heart of me, I stumbled, got it so, fell on my own sword as a bungler may. Yourself proscribe such heathen tools, and trust to the naked virtue. It was virtue stood unarmed and awed me. On my brow there burned crime out so plainly, intolerably red, that I was fain to cry, "Down to the dust with me, and bury their brow, brand and all!" Law had essayed the adventure, but what's law? Morality exposed the Gorgon shield. Morality and religion conquer me. If law sufficed, would you come here, entreat I supplement law, and confess forsooth? Did not the trial show things plain enough? Ah, but a word of the man's very self would somehow put the keystone in its place and crown the arch. Then take the word you want. End of section 147. Section 148 of The Ring in the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido, continued. I say that long ago, when things began, all the world made agreement, such and such were pleasure-giving, profit-bearing acts, but henceforth extra-legal nor to be. You must not kill the man whose death would please and profit you, unless his life stop yours plainly, and need so be put aside. get the thing by a public course, by law, only no private bloodshed as of old. All of us, for the good of every one, renounced such licence and conformed to law. Who breaks law breaks pact, therefore helps himself to pleasure and profit over and above the due, and must pay forfeit, pain beyond his share. For pleasure is the sole good in the world. Any one's pleasure turns to someone's pain. So let law watch for every one, say we, who call things wicked that give too much joy, and nickname the reprisal envy makes punishment. Quite right. Thus the world goes round. I, being well aware such pact there was, who in my time have found advantage too in law's observance and crime's penalty, who, but for wholesome fear, law bred in friends, had doubtless given example long ago, furnished forth some friend's pleasure with my pain, and by my death pieced out his scanty life, I could not, for that foolish life of me, help risking law's infringement. I broke bond, and needs must pay price. Wherefore here's my head, flung with a flourish. But repentance too? But pure and simple sorrow for law's breach rather than blunderer's ineptitude? Cardinal, no! Abate, scarcely thus. 'Tis the fault? Not that I dared try a fall with law, and straightway am found undermost, but that I fail to see, above man's law, God's precept you, the Christians, recognise? Colly, my cow, don't fidget, Cardinal. Abate, cross your breast and count your beads and exorcise the devil, for here he stands and stiffens in the bristly nape of neck, daring you drive him hence. You, Christians both? I say, if ever was such faith at all born in the world, by your community suffered to live its little tick of time, 'tis dead of age now, ludicrously dead. Honour its ashes, if you be discreet in epitaph only. For concede its death, allow extinction, you may boast unchecked what feats the thing did in a crazy land at a fabulous epoch. Treat your faith that way, just as you treat your relics. Here's a shred of saintly flesh, a scrap of blessed bone, raised King Cophetua, who was dead, to life in Mesopotamie. 12 centuries since, such was its virtue. Twangs the sacristan, holding the shrine box up, with hands like feet because of gout in every finger joint. Does he bethink him to reduce one knob, allay one twinge by touching what he vaunts? I think he half uncrooks fist to catch fee. But for the grace, the quality of cure, Cophetua was the man put that to prove. Not otherwise, your faith is shrined and shown and shamed at once. You banter while you bow. Do you dispute this? Come, a monster laugh, a madman's laugh, allowed his carnival later 10 days than when all Rome, but he laughed at the candle contest. Mine's alight, 'tis just it sputter till the puff o' the Pope end it tomorrow, and the world turn ash. Come, thus I wave a wand, and bring to pass in a moment, in the twinkle of an eye. What but that, feigning everywhere, grows fact. Professors turn possessors, realise the faith they play with as a fancy now, and bid it operate, have full effect on every circumstance of life. Today, in Rome, faith's flow set free at fountainhead. Now, you'll own, at this present when I speak, before I work the wonder, there's no man, woman, or child in Rome, faith's fountainhead, but might, if each were minded, realise conversely unbelief, faith's opposite, set it to work on life unflinchingly, yet give no symptom of an outward change. Why should things change because men disbelieve? What's incompatible in the whited tomb with bones and rottenness 1 inch below? What saintly act is done in Rome today but might be prompted by the devil? Is, I say not, has been, and again may be, I do say. Full i' the face o' the crucifix you try to stop my mouth with. Off with it! Look in your own heart, if your soul have eyes. You shall see reason why, though faith were fled, unbelief still might work the wires and move man, the machine, to play a faithful part. Preside your college, Cardinal, in your cape, or, having got above his head, grown Pope, Abate, gird your loins and wash my feet. Do you suppose I am at loss at all why you crook, why you cringe, why fast or feast? Praise, blame, sit, stand, lie or go, all of it in each of you purest unbelief may prompt, and wit explain to who has eyes to see. But lo, I wave wand, make the false the true. Here's Rome believes in Christianity. What an explosion! How the fragments fly Of what was surface, mask and make-believe! Begin now! Look at this Pope's halberdier In wasp-like black and yellow foolery! He, doing duty at the corridor, wakes from a muse and stands convinced of sin. Down he flings halbert, leaps the passage length, pushes into the presence pantingly, submits the extreme peril of the case to the Pope's self. Whom in the world beside? End of section 148. Section 149 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido, continued. And the Pope breaks talk with ambassador, bids aside bishop, wills the whole world wait till he secure that prize, outweighs the world, a soul, relieve the sentry of his qualm. His altitude, the referendary, robed right, and ready for the usher's word to pay devoir, is, of all times, just then ware of a master stroke of argument will cut the spinal cord, I mean paralyze Molinism for evermore. Straight he leaves lobby, trundles 2 and 2 down steps to reach home, right if but a word shall end the impudence. He leaves who likes go pacify the Pope, there's Christ to serve. How otherwise would men display their zeal? If the same sentry had the least surmise a powder barrel 'neath the pavement lay in neighbourhood with what might prove a match, meant to blow sky high Pope and presence both, would he not break through courtiers, rank and file, bundle up, bear off, and save body so, o' the Pope, no matter for his priceless soul? There's no fool's freak here, not to soundly swinge, only a man in earnest. You'll so praise and pay and prate about that earth shall ring. Had thought possessed the referendary his jewel case at home was left ajar, what would be wrong in running, robes awry, to be beforehand with the pilferer? What talk then of indecent haste? Which means that both these, each in his degree, would do just that, for a comparative nothing's sake, and thereby gain approval and reward, which, done for what Christ says is worth the world, procures the doer curses, cuffs, and kicks. I call such difference 'twixt act and act sheer lunacy, unless your truth on lip be recognised a lie in heart of you. How do you all act, promptly or in doubt, when there's a guest poisoned at supper time and he sits chatting on with spot on cheek? Pluck him by the skirt and round him in the ears, have at him by the beard, warn anyhow. Good. And this other friend that's cheat and thief and dissolute, go stop the devil's feast, withdraw him from the imminent hell fire. Why, for your life, you dare not tell your friend, "You lie, and I admonish you for Christ." Who yet dare seek that same man at the Mass to warn him, on his knees, and tinkle near? He left a cask atilt, a tap unturned, the Trebbian running. What a grateful jump out of the church rewards your vigilance! Perform that self-same service just a thought more maladroitly, since a bishop sits at function, and he budges not, bites lip. You see my case, how can I quit my post? He has an eye to any such default. See to it, neighbour, I beseech your love. He and you know the relative worth of things, what is permissible or inopportune. Contort your brows, you know I speak the truth. Gold is called gold, and dross called dross i' the book. Gold you let lie, and dross pick up and prize, despite your master of some 50 monks and nuns a-maundering here and mumping there, who could, and on occasion would, spurn dross, clutch gold, and prove their faith a fact so far, I grant you. 50 times the number squeak and gibber in the madhouse, firm of faith, this fellow that his nose supports the moon, the other that his straw hat crowns him Pope. Does that prove all the world outside insane? Do 50 miracle mongers match the mob that acts on the frank faithless principle, born, baptized and bred Christian atheists, each with just as much a right to judge as you, as many senses in his soul, or nerves in neck of him as I, whom soul and sense, neck and nerve, you abolish presently? I being the unit in creation now who pay the Maker, in this speech of mine, a creature's duty, spend my last of breath in bearing witness, even by my worst fault, to the creature's obligation, absolute, perpetual. My worst fault protests. The faith claims all of me. I would give all she claims, but for a spice of doubt. The risk's too rash. Double or quits I play, but all or naught exceeds my courage. Therefore I descend to the next faith with no dubiety, faith in the present life, made last as long and prove as full of pleasure as may hap, whatever pain it cause the world. I'm wrong? I've had my life, whate'er I lose. I'm right. I've got the single good there was to gain. Entire faith, or else complete unbelief. Aught between has my loathing and contempt, mine and God's also, doubtless. Ask yourself, Cardinal, where and how you like a man. Why, either with your feet upon his head, confessed you're caudatory, or at large the stranger in the crowd, who caps to you, but keeps his distance. Why should he presume? You want no hanger-on and dropper off, now yours and now not yours, but quite his own, according as the sky looks black or bright. Just so I capped to and kept off from faith. You promised trudge behind through fair and foul, yet leave I' the lurch at the first spit of rain. Who holds to faith whenever rain begins? What does the father when his son lies dead, the merchant when his money bags take wing, the politician whom a rival ousts? No case but has its conduct faith prescribes. Where's the obedience that shall edify? Why, they laugh frankly in the face of faith and take the natural course. This rends his hair because his child is taken to God's breast. That gnashes teeth and raves at loss of trash which rust corrupts and thieves break through and steal. And this, enabled to inherit earth through meekness, curses till your blood runs cold. Down they all drop to my low level, ease heart upon dungy earth that's warm and soft, and let who will attempt the altitudes. We have the prodigal son of heavenly sire turning his nose up at the fatted calf, fain to fill belly with the husks we swine did eat by born depravity of taste. End of section 149. Section 150 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido, continued. Enough of the hypocrites! But you, sirs, you, who never budged from litter where I lay, and buried snout i' the draught box while I fed, cried amen to my creed's one article: get pleasure, 'scape pain, give your preference to the immediate good, for time is brief, and death ends good and ill and everything. What's got is gained, what's gained soon is gained twice, and inasmuch as faith gains most, feign faith. So did we brother-like pass word about. You now, like bloody drunkards but half drunk, who fool men yet perceive men find them fools, and that a titter gains the gravest mouth, of a sudden you must needs reintroduce solemnity, must sober undue mirth by a blow dealt your boon companion here, who, using the old licence, dreamed of harm no more than snow in harvest. Yet it falls. You check the merriment effectually by pushing your abrupt machine i' the midst, making me Rome's example, blood for wine. The general good needs that you chop and change. I may dislike the hocus-pocus, Rome, the laughter-loving people, won't they stare chap-fallen, while serious natures sermonize the magistrate, he beareth not the sword in vain, whose sins may taste its edge, we see. Why my sin, drunkards? Where have I abused liberty, scandalized you all so much? Who called me, who crooked finger till I came, fool that I was, to join companionship? I knew my own mind, meant to live my life, elude your envy, or else make a stand, take my own part and sell you my life dear. But it was, fie, no prejudice in the world to the proper manly instinct, cast your lot into our lap. One genius ruled our births, will compass joy by concert. Take with us the regular, irregular way o' the wood. You'll miss no game through riding breast by breast. In this preserve, the church's park and pale, rather than outside, where the world is waste. Come, if you said not that, did you say this? Give plain and terrible warning. Live, enjoy, such life begins in death and ends in hell. Dare you bid us assist you to your sins, who hurry sin and sinners from the earth? No such delight for us, why then for you? Leave earth, seek heaven, or find its opposite. Had you so warned me, not in lying words but veritable deeds with tongues of flame, that had been fair. That might have struck a man, silenced the squabble between soul and sense, compelled him to make his mind up, take one course or the other, peradventure. Wrong or right, foolish or wise, you would have been at least sincere, no question. Forced me choose, indulge or else renounce my instincts, still play wolf or find my way submissive to the fold, be red-crossed on the fleece, one sheep the more. But you as good as bade me wear sheep's wool over wolf's skin, suck blood and hide the noise by mimicry of something like a bleat. Whence it comes that because, despite my care, because I smack my tongue too loud for once, drop baying, here's the village up in arms. Have at the wolf's throat, you who hate the breed. Oh, were it only open to choose one little time more, whether I'd be free your foe or subsidized your friend forsooth, should not you get a growl through the white fangs in answer to your beckoning, Cardinal, Abate, managers of the multitude, I'd turn your gloved hands to account, be sure. You should manipulate the coarse, rough mob. 'Tis you I deal directly with, not them, using your fears. Why touch the thing myself when I could see you hunt and then cry, shares? Quarter the carcass or we quarrel. Come, here's the world ready to see justice done. Oh, it had been a desperate game, but game wherein the winner's chance were worth the pains to try conclusions. At the worst, what's worse than this Mania machine? Each minute's talk helps push an inch the nearer me. Fool, fool! You understand me and forgive, sweet sirs? I blame you, tear my hair and tell my woe, all's but a flourish, figure of rhetoric. One must try each expedient to save life. One makes fools look foolisher 50-fold by putting in their place the wise like you. To take the full force of an argument would buffet their stolidity in vain. If you should feel aggrieved by the mere wind o' the blow that means to miss you and maul them, that's my success. Is it not folly now to say with folks, a plausible defence, we see through notwithstanding and reject? Reject the plausible they do, these fools who never even make pretence to show one point beyond its plausibility in favour of the best belief they hold. Saint somebody or other raised the dead. Did he? How do you come to know as much? Know it? What need? The story's plausible, avouched for by a martyrologist. And why should good men sup on cheese and leeks on such a saint's day, if there were no saint? I praise the wisdom of these fools, and straight tell them my story. Plausible but false. False, to be sure! What else can story be that runs? A young wife, tired of an old spouse, found a priest whom she fled away with. Both took their full pleasure in the 2 days' flight, which a grey-headed, greyer-hearted pair, whose best boast was, their life had been a lie, helped for the love they bore all liars. Oh, here incredulity begins! Indeed? Allow then, were no one point strictly true, there's that i' the tale might seem like truth at least to the unlucky husband? Jaundiced patch, jealousy maddens people, why not him? Say he was maddened, so forgivable. Humanity pleads that though the wife were true, the priest true, and the pair of liars true, they might seem false to one man in the world. 1,000 gnats make up a serpent's sting, and many sly soft stimulants to wrath compose a formidable wrong at last, that gets called easily by some one name not applicable to the single parts, and so draws down a general revenge, excessive if you take crime fault by fault. Jealousy. I have known a score of plays were listened to and laughed at in my time as like the everyday life on all sides, wherein the husband, mad as a March hare, suspected all the world contrived his shame. What did the wife? The wife kissed both eyes blind, explained away ambiguous circumstance, and while she held him captive by the hand, crowned his head, you know what's the mockery, by half her body behind the curtain. That's nature now. That's the subject of a piece I saw in Vallombrosa convent, made expressly to teach men what marriage was. But say, just so did I misapprehend, or just so she deceived me to my face, and that's pretence too easily seen through. All those eyes of all husbands in all plays, at stare like one expanded peacock tail, are laughed at for pretending to be keen while horn blind. But the moment I step forth, oh, I must needs o' the sudden prove a lynx and look the heart, that stone wall, through and through. Such an eye God's may be, not yours nor mine. End of section 150. Section 151 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido continued. Yes, presently. What hour is fleeting now? When you cut earth away from under me, I shall be left alone with, pushed beneath, some such an apparitional dread orb. I fancy it go filling up the void above my mote self it devours, or what immensity please wreak on nothingness. Just so I felt once, couching through the dark, hard by Vittiano. Young I was, and gay, and wanting to trap fieldfares. First a spark tipped a bent, as a mere dew globule might any stiff grass stalk on the meadow. This grew fiercer, flamed out full, and proved the sun. What do I want with proverbs, precepts here? Away with man! What shall I say to God? This, if I find the tongue and keep the mind: do thou wipe out the being of me, and smear this soul from off thy white of things, I blot. I am one huge and sheer mistake. Whose fault? Not mine at least, who did not make myself. Some one declares my wife excused me so. Perhaps she knew what argument to use. Grind your teeth, Cardinal, Abate, writhe! What else am I to cry out in my rage, unable to repent one particle o' the past? Oh, how I wish some cold wise man would dig beneath the surface which you scrape, deal with the depths, pronounce on my desert groundedly. I want simple sober sense that asks, before it finishes with a dog, who taught the dog that trick you hang him for? You both persist to call that act a crime sense would call, yes, I do assure you, sirs, a blunder. At the worst, I stood in doubt, on cross-road, took one path of many paths. It leads to the red thing we all see now, but nobody at first saw one primrose in bank, one singing bird in bush the less, to warn from wayfare. Let me prove you that. Put me back to the cross-road, start afresh. Advise me when I take the first false step. Give me my wife. How should I use my wife? Love her or hate her? Prompt my action now. There she stands, there she is alive and pale, the 13 years old child, with milk for blood, Pompilia Comparini, as at first, which first is only 4 brief years ago. I stand too, in the little ground floor room of the father's house at Via Vittoria. See, her so-called mother. One arm round the waist o' the child to keep her from the toys. Let fall, at wonder I can live yet look so grim. Ushers her in, with deprecating wave of the other. There she fronts me loose, at large, held only by her mother's finger-tip, struck dumb, for she was white enough before. She eyes me with those frightened balls of black, as heifer, the old simile comes pat, eyes tremblingly the altar and the priest, the amazed look, all one insuppressive prayer. Might she but be set free as heretofore, have this cup leave her lips unblistered, bear any cross, anywhither, anyhow, so but alone, so but apart from me. You are touched, so am I, quite otherwise, if 'tis with pity. I resent my wrong, being a man. We only show man's soul through man's flesh. She sees mine, it strikes her thus. Is that attractive? To a youth, perhaps, calf creature, 1 part boy to 3 parts girl, to whom it is a flattering novelty that he, men used to motion from their path, can thus impose, thus terrify in turn a chit whose terror shall be changed apace to bliss unbearable when grace and glow, prowess and pride descend the throne and touch Esther in all that pretty tremble, cured by the dove o' the sceptre. But myself am old, although wane at least, in all things. What do you say to her who frankly thus confirms my doubt? I am past the prime, I scare the woman world, done with that way. You like this piece of news? A little saucy rosebud minx can strike death damp into the breast of doughty king, though 'twere French Louis. Soul I understand, saying, by gesture of repugnance, just, "Sire, you are regal, puissant, and so forth, but young you have been, are not, nor will be." In vain the mother nods, winks, bustles up. "Count, girls inclined to mature worth like you. As for Pompilia, what's flesh, fish, or fowl to one who apprehends no difference and would accept you even were you old as you are, youngish by her father's side? Trim but your beard a little, thin your bush of eyebrow, and for presence, portliness and decent gravity, you beat a boy. Deceive you for a second, if you may, in presence of the child that so loves age, whose neck writhes, cords itself against your kiss, whose hand you wring stark, rigid with despair. Well, I resent this. I am young in soul, nor old in body, thews and sinews here, though the vile surface be not smooth as once, far beyond the first wheel work that went wrong through the untempered iron ere 'twas proof. I am the steel man worth 10 times the crude. Would woman see what this declines to see, declines to say, "I see," the officious word that makes the thing, pricks on the soul to shoot new fire into the half-used cinder, flesh. Therefore 'tis she begins with wronging me, who cannot but begin with hating her. Our marriage follows, there we stand again. Why do I laugh? Why, in the very gripe o' the jaws of death's gigantic skull, do I grin back his grin, make sport of my own pangs? Why, from each clashing of his molars, ground to make the devil bread from out my grist, leaps out a spark of mirth, a hellish toy? Take notice, we are lovers in a church, waiting the sacrament to make us one and happy. Just as bid, she bears herself, comes and kneels, rises, speaks, is silent, goes. So have I brought my horse, by word and blow, to stand stock still and front the fire he dreads. How can I other than remember this, resent the very obedience? Gain thereby? Yes, I do gain my end and have my will. Thanks to whom? When the mother speaks the word, she obeys it, even to enduring me. There had been compensation in revolt, revolts to quell, but martyrdom rehearsed, but determined saintship for the sake of the mother. Go, thought I, we meet again. Pass the next weeks of dumb, contented death. She lives, wakes up, installed in house, and home is mine, mine all day long, all night long mine. Good folks, begin at me with open mouth, now at least reconcile the child to life, study and make her love, that is, endure the all of you, though somewhat old, till it amount to something, in her eye, as good as love, better 1,000 times, since nature helps the woman in such strait, makes passiveness her pleasure, failing which, what if you give up boys and girls' fool's play, and go on to wise friendship all at once? Those boys and girls kiss themselves cold, you know, toy themselves tired, and slink aside full soon to friendship, as they name satiety. Thither go you and wait their coming. Thanks, considerate advisers, but fair play! Had you and I but started fair at first, we, keeping fair, might reach it neck by neck, this blessed goal, whenever fate so please. But why am I to miss the daisied mile the course begins with? Why obtain the dust of the end precisely at the starting point? Why quaff life's cup blown free of all the beads? The bright red froth wherein our beard should steep before our mouth assay the black o' the wine. Foolish, the love fit? Let me prove it such like you, before like you I puff things clear. The best to come, no rapture but content, not the first glory but a sober glow, nor a spontaneous outburst in pure boon, so much as gained by patience, care and toil. Go preach that to your nephews, not to me who, tired i' the midway of my life, would stop and take my first refreshment in a rose. What's this coarse woolly hip, worn smooth of leaf, you counsel I go plant in garden pot, water with tears, manure with sweat and blood, in confidence the seed shall germinate and, for its very best, some far off day, grow big and blow me out a dog rose bell? End of section 151. Section 152 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 11, Guido, continued. Why must your nephews begin breathing spice of the 100-petalled Provence prodigy? Nay, more and worse, would such my root-bear rose prove really flower and favourite, not the kind that's queen, but those 3 leaves that make 1 cup and hold the hedge-bird's breakfast, then indeed the prize, though poor, would pay the care and toil. Respect we nature that makes least as most. Marvellous in the minim, but this bud, bit through and burned black by the tempter's tooth, this bloom whose best grace was the slug outside and the wasp inside its bosom, call you rose? Claim no immunity from a weed's fate for the horrible present. What you call my wife, I call a nullity in female shape. Vapid disgust, soon to be pungent plague, when mixed with, made confusion and a curse by 2 abominable nondescripts, that father and that mother. Think you see the dreadful bronze our boast, we Aretines, the Etruscan monster, the 3-headed thing, Bellerophon's foe. How name you the whole beast? You choose to name the body from 1 head, that kind of simple kid which droops the eye, hangs the neck and dies tenderly enough. I rather see the grisly lion belch flame out i' the midst, the serpent writhe her rings, grafted into the common stock for tail, and name the brute chimera, which I slew. How was there ever more to be? Concede my wife's insipid, harmless nullity, dissociation from that pair of plagues, that mother with her cunning and her cant, the eyes with first their twinkle of conceit, then dropped to earth in mock demureness, now the smile self-satisfied from ear to ear, now the prim pursed up mouth's protruded lips with deferential duck, slow swing of head, tempting the sudden fist of man too much, that owl-like screw of lid and rock of ruff. As for the father, Cardinal, you know the kind of idiot. Rife are such in Rome, but they wear velvet commonly. Such fools, at the end of life, can furnish forth young folk who grin and bear with imbecility, since the stalled ass, the joker, sheds from jaw corn in the joke for those who laugh or starve. But what say we to the same solemn beast wagging his ears and wishful of our pat when turned, with hide in holes and bones laid bare, to forage for himself i' the waste o' the world, Sir Dignity i' the dumps? Pat him? We drub self-knowledge rather into frowsy pate, teach Pietro to get trappings or go hang. Fancy this quondam oracle, in vogue at Via Vittoria, this personified authority when time was, Pantaloon flaunting his tomfool tawdry just the same as if Ash Wednesday were mid-carnival. That's the extreme and unforgivable of sins, as I account such. Have you stooped for your own ends to bestialise yourself by flattery of a fellow of this stamp? The ends obtained are else shown out of reach. He goes on, takes the flattery for pure truth. You love and honour me, of course. What next? What but the trifle of the stabbing, friend? Which taught you how one worships when the shrine has lost the relic that we bent before. Angry, and how could I be otherwise? 'Tis plain, this pair of old pretentious fools meant to fool me. It happens, I fooled them. Why could not these who sought to buy and sell me, when they found themselves were bought and sold, make up their mind to the proved rule of right, be chattel and not chapman any more? Miscalculation has its consequence. But when the shepherd crooks a sheep-like thing, and meaning to get wool, dislodges fleece and finds the veritable wolf beneath, how that staunch image serves at every turn! Does he, by way of being politic, pluck the first whisker grimly visible, or rather grow in a trice all gratitude, protest this sort of what one might name sheep beats the old other curly-coated kind, and shall share board and bed, if so it deign, with its discoverer, like a royal ram? Ay, thus with chattering teeth and knocking knees would wisdom treat the adventure. These, forsooth, tried whisker-plucking, and so found what trap the whisker kept perdue, 2 rows of teeth, sharp as too late the prying fingers felt. What would you have? The fools transgress. The fools forthwith receive appropriate punishment. They first insult me, I return the blow. There follows noise enough, for hubbub months, now hue and cry, now whimpering and wail, a perfect goose-yard cackle of complaint, because I do not gild the geese their oats. I have enough of noise, ope wicket wide, sweep out the couple to go whine elsewhere, frightened a little, hurt in no respect. And am just taking thought to breathe again, taste the sweet sudden silence all about, when there they are at it, the old noise I know, at Rome i' the distance. What, begun once more? Whine on, wail ever, 'tis the loser's right. But what sort of voice grows on the wind? Triumph it sounds, and no complaint at all. And triumph it is. My boast was premature. The creatures I turned forth, clapped wing and crew fighting cock fashion. They had filched a pearl from dung heap, and might boast with cause enough. I was defrauded of all bargained for. You know, the Pope knows, not a soul but knows, my dowry was derision, my gain muck, my wife, the Church declared my flesh and blood, the nameless bastard of a common whore. My old name turned henceforth to, shall I say, he that received the ordure in his face? And they who planned this wrong, performed this wrong, and then revealed this wrong to the wide world, rounded myself in the ears with my own wrong. Why, these were, note hell's lucky malice now, these were just they, and they alone, could act and publish in this wise their infamy, secure that men would in a breath believe compassionate and pardon them. For why? They plainly were too stupid to invent, too simple to distinguish wrong from right, inconscious agents they, the silly sooth, of heaven's retributive justice on the strong, proud, cunning, violent oppressor, me. Follow them to their fate and help your best, you Rome, Arezzo, foes called friends of mine. They gave the good long laugh to at my cost. Defray your share the cost since you partook the entertainment. Do, assured the while that not one stab I dealt to right and left, but went the deeper for a fancy, this, that each might do me twofold service, find a friend's face at the bottom of each wound, and scratch its smirk a little. End of section 152. Section 153 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11. Guido continued. Panciatichi, there's a report at Florence. Is it true that when your relative, the Cardinal, built, only the other day, that barrack bulk, the palace in Via Larga, someone picked from out the street a saucy quip enough that fell there from its day's flight through the town, about the flat front and the windows wide and ugly heap of cornice, hitched the joke into a sonnet, signed his name thereto, and forthwith pinned on post the pleasantry, for which he's at the galleys, rowing now up to his waist in water, just because Panciatic and lymphatic rhymed so pat. I hope, sir, those who passed this joke on me were not unduly punished? What say you, Prince of the Church, my patron? Nay, indeed, I shall not dare insult your wits so much as think this problem difficult to solve. This Pietro and Violante, then, I say, these two ambiguous insects, changing name and nature with the season's warmth or chill, now grovelled, grubbing, toiling, moiling ants, a very synonym of thrift and peace, anon with lusty June to prick their heart, soared i' the air, winged flies for more offence, circled me, buzzed me deaf, and stung me blind, and stunk me dead with fetor in the face until I stopped the nuisance. There's my crime. Pity I did not suffer them subside into some further shape and final form of execrable life? My masters, no! I, by one blow, wisely cut short at once them and their transformations of disgust in the snug little villa out of hand. Grant me confession, give bare time for that, shouted the sinner till his mouth was stopped. His life confessed, that was enough for me, who came to see that he did penance. 'Sdeath! Here's a coil raised, a pother, and for what? Because strength, being provoked by weakness, fought and conquered, the world never heard the like. Pah! How I spend my breath on them, as if 'twas their fate troubled me, too hard to range among the right and fit and proper things. Ay, but Pompilia, I await your word. She, unimpeached of crime, unimplicate in folly, one of alien blood to these I punish, why extend my claim, exact her portion of the penalty? Yes, friends, I go too fast, the orator's at fault. Yes, ere I lay her, with your leave, by them as she was laid at San Lorenzo late, I ought to step back, lead her by degrees, recounting at each step some fresh offence, up to the red bed. Never fear, I will. Gaze on her, where you place her, to begin. Confound me with her gentleness and worth. The horrible pair have fled and left her now. She has her husband for her sole concern, his wife, the woman fashioned for his help, flesh of his flesh, bone of his bone, the bride to groom, as is the church and spouse to Christ. There she stands in his presence. Thy desire shall be to the husband, o'er thee shall he rule. Pompilia, who declare that you love God, you know who said that, then desire my love, yield me contentment and be ruled aright. She sits up, she lies down, she comes and goes, kneels at the couch side, overleans the sill o' the window, cold and pale and mute as stone, strong as stone also. Well, are they not fled? Am I not left? Am I not one for all? Speak a word, drop a tear, detach a glance, bless me or curse me of your own accord. Is it the ceiling only wants your soul, is worth your eyes? And then the eyes descend and do look at me. Is it at the meal? Speak, she obeys. Be silent, she obeys, counting the minutes till I cry, "Depart!" As brood bird when you saunter past her eggs, departed, just the same through door and wall, I see the same stone strength of white despair. And all this will be never otherwise. Before, the parents' presence lent her life. She could play off her sex's armoury, entreat, reproach, be female to my male, try all the shrieking doubles of the hair, go clamour to the commissary, bid the Archbishop hold my hands and stop my tongue, and yield fair sport so. But the tactics change. The hare stands stock still to enrage the hound. Since that day when she learnt she was no child of those she thought her parents, that their trick had tricked me, whom she thought sole trickster late, why, I suppose she said within herself, "Then no more struggle for my parents' sake, and for my own sake, why need struggle be?" But is there no third party to the pact? What of her husband's relish or dislike for this new game of giving up the game, this worst offence of not offending more? I'll not believe but instinct wrought in this, set her on to conceive and execute the preferable plague. How sure they probe, these jades, the sensitivest soft of man! The long black hair was wound now in a wisp, crowned sorrow better than the wild web late. No more soiled dress, 'tis trimness triumphs now, for how should malice go with negligence? The frayed silk looked the fresher for her spite. There was an end to springing out of bed, praying me with face buried on my feet, be hindered of my pastime. So an end to my rejoinder, "What, on the ground at last? Vanquished in fight, a supplicant for life? What if I raise you? Where the casting down when next you fight me?" Then she lay there, mine. Now mine she is, if I please wring her neck. A moment of disquiet, working eyes, protruding tongue, a long sigh, then no more, as if one killed the horse one could not ride. Had I enjoined "Cut off the hair," why, snap the scissors, and at once a yard or so had fluttered in black serpents to the floor. But till I did enjoin it, how she combs, uncurls, and draws out to the complete length, places the insulting rope on head to be an eyesore past dishevelment. Is all done? Then sit still again and stare. I advise no one think to bear that look of steady wrong, endured as steadily. Through what sustainment of deluding hope? Who is the friend i' the background that notes all? Who may come presently and close accounts? This self-possession to the uttermost, how does it differ in aught, save degree, from the terrible patience of God? End of section 153. Section 154 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 11, Guido continued. All which just means she did not love you. Again the word is launched, and the fact fronts me. What, you try the wards with the true key, and the deadlock flies ope? No, it sticks fast and leaves you fumbling still. You have some 50 servants, Cardinal. Which of them loves you? Which subordinate but makes parade of such officiousness that, if there's no love prompts it, love the sham does twice the service done by love the true? God bless us liars! Where's one touch of truth in what we tell the world, or world tells us? Oh, how we like each other! All the same, we calculate on word and deed, nor err. Bid such a man do such a loving act, sure of effect and negligent of cause, just as we bid a horse, with cluck of tongue, stretch his legs archwise, crouch his saddle back to foot reach of the stirrup, all for love. And some for memory of the smart of switch on the inside of the foreleg, what care we? Yet, where's the bond obliges horse to man like that which binds fast wife to husband? God laid down the law, gave man the brawny arm and ball of fist, woman the beardless cheek and proper place to suffer in the side. Since it is he can strike, let her obey. Can she feel no love? Let her show the more, sham the worse, damn herself praiseworthily. Who's that soprano Rome went mad about last week, while I lay rotting in my straw? The very jailer gossiped in his praise. How, dressed up like Armida, though a man, and painted to look pretty, though a fright, he still made love, so that the ladies swooned, being an eunuch. Ah, Rinaldo mine, but to breathe by thee, while Jove slays us both, all the poor bloodless creature never felt. Si, do, re, mi, fa, squeak and squall, for what? 2 gold sequines the evening. Here's my slave, whose body and soul depend upon my nod, can't falter out the first note in the scale for her life. Why blame me if I take the life? All women cannot give men love, forsooth. No, nor all pullets lay the henwife eggs, whereat she bids them remedy the fault. Brood on a chalk ball, soon the nest is stocked, otherwise to the plucking and the spit. This wife of mine was of another mood, would not begin the lie that ends with truth, nor feign the love that brings real love about, wherefore I judged, sentenced, and punished her. But why particularize, defend the deed? Say that I hated her for no one cause beyond my pleasure so to do. What then? Just on as much incitement acts the world, all of you. Look and like. You favour one, browbeat another, leave alone a third. Why should you master natural caprice, pure nature? Try. Plant elm by ash in file, both unexceptional trees enough, they ought to overlean each other, pair at top and arch across the avenue the whole path to the pleasaunce. Do they so? Or loath lie off abhorrent each from each? Lay the fault elsewhere, since we must have faults, mine shall have been. Seeing there's ill in the end come of my course, that I fare somehow worse for the way I took, my fault, as God's my judge, I see not where the fault lies, that's the truth. I ought in my own interest have let the whole adventure go untried, this chance by marriage, or else, trying it, ought to have turned it to account some one of 100 otherwises? Ay, my friend, easy to say, easy to do. Step right, now you've stepped left and stumbled on the thing, the red thing. Doubt I any more than you that practice makes man perfect? Give again the chance. Same marriage and no other wife, be sure I'll edify you. That's because I'm practised, grown fit guide for Guido's self. You proffered guidance, I know, none so well. You laid down law and rolled decorum out, from pulpit corner on the gospel side, wanted to make your great experience mine, save me the personal search and pain so, thanks. Take your word on life's use, when I take his, the muzzled ox that treadeth out the corn, gone blind in padding round and round one path, as to the taste of green grass in the field. What do you know o' the world that's trodden flat and salted sterile with your daily dung, leavened into a lump of loathsomeness? Take your opinion of the modes of life, the aims of life, life's triumph or defeat, how to feel, how to scheme, and how to do or else leave undone. You preached long and loud on high days. Take our doctrine upon trust, into the mill house with you, grind our corn, relish our chaff, and let the green grass grow. I tried chaff, found I famished on such fare, so made this mad rush at the mill house door, buried my head up to the ears in dew, browsed on the best, for which you brain me, sirs. Be it so. I conceived of life that way, and still declare, life, without absolute use of the actual sweet therein, is death, not life. Give me, pay down, not promise, which is air, something that's out of life and better still. Make sure reward, make certain punishment, entice me, scare me, I'll forego this life. Otherwise, no. The less that words, mere wind, would cheat me of some minutes while they plague. The fullness of revenge here, blame yourselves for this eruption of the pent-up soul you prisoned first and played with afterward. Deny myself, meant simply pleasure you, the sacred and superior, save the mark. You, whose stupidity and insolence I must defer to, soothe at every turn, whose swine-like snuffling greed and grunting lust I had to wink at or help gratify, while the same passions, dared they perk in me, the immeasurably marked, by God, master of the whole world of such as you, I boast such passions? 'Twas suppress them straight, or stay, we'll pick and choose before destroy. Here's wrath in you, a serviceable sword, beat it into a ploughshare. What's this long lance-like ambition? Forge a pruning hook, may be of service when our vines grow tall. But sword used swordwise, spear thrust out as spear, anathema, suppression is the word. My nature, when the outrage was too gross, widened itself an outlet over-wide by way of answer, sought its own relief with more of fire and brimstone than you wished. All your own doing. Preachers, blame yourselves. End of section 154. Section 155 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 11. Guido continued. 'Tis I preach while the hourglass runs and runs. God keep me patient. All I say just means, my wife proved, whether by her fault or mine, that's immaterial, a true stumbling block i' the way of me her husband. I but plied the hatchet yourselves used to clear a path, was politic, played the game you warrant wins. Plucked at law's robe, a rustle through the courts, bowed down to kiss divinity's buckled shoe cushioned i' the church. Efforts all wide the aim, procedures to no purpose. Then flash truth. The letter kills, the spirit keeps alive in law and gospel. There be nods and winks instruct a wise man to assist himself in certain matters, nor seek aid at all. "Ask money of me," quoth the clownish saw, "and take my purse. But, speaking with respect, need you a solace for the troubled nose? Let everybody wipe his own himself. Sirs, tell me free and fair, had things gone well at the wayside inn, had I surprised asleep the runaways, as was so probable, and pinned them each to other partridge wise, through back and breast to breast and back, then bade bystanders witness if the spit, my sword, were loaded with unlawful game for once, would you have interposed to damp the glow applauding me on every husband's cheek? Would you have checked the cry, "A judgment see!" A warning, "Note, be henceforth chaste, ye wives, nor stray beyond your proper precinct, priests"? If you had, then your house against itself divides, nor stands your kingdom any more. Oh, why was it not ordained just so? Why fell not things out so nor otherwise? Ask that particular devil whose task it is to trip thee all but at perfection, slur the line o' the painter just where paint leaves off and life begins, put ice into the ode o' the poet while he cries, "Next stanza fire!" Inscribes all human effort with one word, artistry's haunting curse, the incomplete. Being incomplete, the act escaped success. Easy to blame now. Every fool can swear to hole in net that held and slipped the fish. But treat my act with fair, unjaundiced eye. What was there wanting to a masterpiece except the luck that lies beyond a man? My way with the woman, now proved grossly wrong, just missed of being gravely, grandly right, and making critics laugh o' the other side. Do, for the poor obstructed artist's sake, go with him over that spoiled work once more. Take only its first flower, the ended act now in the dusty pod, dry and defunct. I march to the villa, and my men with me, that evening, and we reach the door and stand. I say, no, it shoots through me lightning-like while I pause, breathe, my hand upon the latch. Let me forebode. Thus far, too much success. I want the natural failure, find it where? Which thread will have to break and leave a loop I' the meshy combination my brain's loom wove this long while and now next minute tests? Of three that are to catch, two should go free, one must. All three surprised? Impossible! Beside, I seek three, may chance on six. This neighbour, t'other gossip, the babe's birth brings such to fireside, and folks give them wine. 'Tis late, but when I break in presently, one will be found out lingering the rest, for promise of a posset, one whose shout would raise the dead down in the catacombs, much more the city watch that goes its round. When did I ever turn adroitly up to sun some brick embedded in the soil, and with one blow crush all three scorpions there? Or Pietro or Violante shambles off. It cannot be but I surprise my wife. If only she is stopped and stamped on good. That shall suffice. More is improbable. Now I may knock. And this once, for my sake, the impossible was effected. I called king, queen, and knave in a sequence, and cards came, all three only. So I had my way, did my deed, so unbrokenly lay bare each taenia that had sucked me dry of juice. At last outside me, not an inch of ring left now to writhe about and root itself I' the heart all powerless for revenge. Henceforth I might thrive. These were drawn and dead and damned. O Cardinal, the deep long sigh you heave when the load's off you, ringing as it runs all the way down the serpent stair to hell. No doubt the fine delirium flustered me, turned my brain with the influx of success, as if the soul need now were to wave wand and find doors fly wide. Wish and have my will. The rest of the scheme would care for itself. Escape? Easy enough were that, and poor beside. It all but proved so, ought to quite have proved, since half the chances had sufficed, set free any one, with his senses at command, from thrice the danger of my flight, but, drunk, redundantly triumphant, some reverse was sure to follow. There's no other way, accounts for such prompt, perfect failure then and there on the instant. Any day o' the week a ducat slid discreetly into palm o' the mute postmaster, while you whisper him how you the Count and certain four your knaves have just been mauling who was malapert. Suspect the kindred may prove troublesome, therefore want horses in a hurry. That and nothing more secures you any day the pick o' the stable. Yet I try the trick, double the bribe, call myself Duke for Count, and say the dead man only was a Jew, and for my pains find I am dealing just with the one scrupulous fellow in all Rome. End of section 155. Section 156 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido, continued. Just this immaculate official stares, sees I want hat on head and sword in sheath, am splashed with other sort of wet than wine, shrugs shoulder, puts my hand by, gold and all, stands on the strictness of the rule o' the road. Where's the permission? Where's the wretched reg with the due seal and sign of Rome's police to be had for asking half an hour ago? Gone? Get another, or no horses hence. He dares not stop me, we five glare too grim, but hinders, hacks and hamstrings sure enough, gives me some 20 miles of miry road more to march in the middle of that night whereof the rough beginning taxed the strength of the youngsters, much more mine, such as you see who had to think as well as act. Dead beat, we gave in ere we reached the boundary and safe spot out of this irrational Rome, where, on dismounting from our steeds next day, we had snapped our fingers at you, safe and sound, Tuscans once more in blessed Tuscany, where the laws make allowance, understand civilized life, and do its champions right. Witness the sentence of the Rota there. Arezzo uttered, the Grand Duke confirmed, 1 week before I acted on its hint, giving friend Guido for his love the galleys, and my wife your saint, Rome's saint. Rome manufactures saints enough to know. Seclusion at the Stinche for her life. All this, that all but was, might all have been, yet was not, balked by just a scrupulous knave whose palm was horn through handling horses' hoofs, and could not close upon my proffered gold. What say you to the spite of fortune? Well, the worst's in store. Thus hindered, haled this way to Rome again by hangdogs, whom find I here, still to fight with, but my pale, frail wife, riddled with wounds by one not like to waste the blows he dealt, knowing anatomy, I think I told you, one to pick and choose the vital parts. 'Twas learning all in vain. She too must shimmer through the gloom o' the grave, come and confront me, not a judgment seat where I could twist her soul, as erst her flesh, and turn her truth into a lie, but there, on the deathbed, with God's hand between us both, striking me dumb and helping her to speak, tell her own story, her own way, and turn my plausibility to nothingness. 4 whole days did Pompilia keep alive, with the best surgery of Rome agape at the miracle. This cut, the other slash, and yet the life refusing to dislodge. 4 whole extravagant impossible days, till she had time to finish and persuade every man, every woman, every child in Rome of what she would. The selfsame she who, but a year ago, had wrung her hands, reddened her eyes, and beat her breasts, rehearsed the whole game at Arezzo, nor availed thereby to move one heart or raise one hand. When destiny intends you cards like these, what good of skill and preconcerted play? Had she been found dead, as I left her dead, I should have told a tale brooked no reply. You scarcely will suppose me found at fault with that advantage. What brings me to Rome? Necessity to claim and take my wife. Better, to claim and take my newborn babe, strong in paternity, a fortnight old. When 'tis at strongest, warily I work, knowing the machinations of my foe. I have companionship and use the night. I seek my wife and child. I find no child, but wife, in the embraces of that priest who caused her to elope from me. These two, backed by the pander pair who watch the while, spring on me like so many tiger cats. Glad of the chance to end the intruder, what should I do but stand on my defence? Strike right, strike left, strike thick and threefold slay. Not all because the coward priest escapes. Last, I escape, in fear of evil tongues, and having had my taste of Roman law. What's disputable, refutable here? Save by just one ghost thing half on earth, half out of it, as if she held God's hand while she leant back and looked her last at me, forgiving me. Here monks begin to weep. Oh, from her very soul, commending mine to heavenly mercies which are infinite, while fixing fast my head beneath your knife. 'Tis fate, not fortune, all is of a piece. What was it you informed me of my youths? My rustic four o' the family, soft swains, what sweet surprise had they in store for me, those of my very household? What did law twist with her rack and cord contrivance late from out their bones and marrow? What but this? Had no one of these several stumbling blocks stopped me, they yet were cherishing a scheme, all of their honest country homespun wit, to quietly, next day at crow of cock, cut my own throat too, for their own behoof, seeing I had forgot to clear accounts o' the instant. No wise slackened speed for that, and somehow never might find memory, once safe back in Arezzo where things change, and a court lord needs mind no country lout. Well, being the arch offender, I die last, may, ere my head falls, have my eyesight free, nor miss them dangling high on either hand, like scarecrows in a hemp field, for their pains. End of section 156. Section 157 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido, continued. And then my trial. 'Tis my trial that bites like a corrosive. So the cards are packed, dice loaded, and my life stake tricked away. Look at my lawyers. Lacked they grace of law, Latin, or logic? Were not they fools to the height, fools to the depth, fools to the level between, of the foolishness set to decide the case? They feign, they flatter, nowise does it skill. Everything goes against me. Deal each judge his dole of flattery and feigning? Why, he turns and tries and snuffs and savours it, as an old fly the sugar grain your gift. Then eyes your thumb and finger, brushes clean the absurd old head of him, and whisks away, leaving your thumb and finger dirty, faugh! And finally, after this long-drawn range of affront, failure, and affront, this path 'twixt crosses leading to a skull paced by me barefoot, bloodied by my palms from the entry to the end, there's light at length, a cranny of escape. Appeal may be to the old man, to the father, to the Pope for a little life, from one whose life is spent, a little pity from pity's source and seat, a little indulgence to rank, privilege, from one who is the thing personified, rank, privilege, indulgence, grown beyond earth's bearing even. Ask Jansenius else. Still the same answer, still no other tune from the cicala perched at the tree top, than crickets noisy round the root. 'Tis die. Bids law be damned, adds gospel, nay, no word so frank, 'tis rather save yourself. The Pope subjoins, confess and be absolved. So shall my credit countervail your shame, and the world see I have not lost the knack of trying all the spirits. Yours, my son, wants but a fiery washing to emerge in clarity. Come, cleanse you, ease the ache of these old bones, refresh our bowels, boy. Do I mistake your mission from the Pope? Then bear his holiness the mind of me. I do get strength from being thrust to wall, successively wrenched from pillar and from post by this tenacious hate of fortune, hate of all things in, under, and above earth. Warfare, begun this mean unmanly mode, does best to end so, gives earth spectacle of a brave fighter who succumbs to odds that turn defeat to victory. Stab, I fold my mantle round me. Rome approves my act, applauds the blow which costs me life but keeps my honour spotless. Rome would praise no more had I fallen, say some 15 years ago, helping Vienna when our Aretines flocked to Duke Charles and fought Turk Mustafa. Nor would you too be trembling o'er my corpse with all this exquisite solicitude. Why is it that I make such suit to live? The popular sympathy that's round me now would break like bubble that o'erdomes a fly. Pretty enough while he lies quiet there, but let him want the air and ply the wing, why, it breaks and bespatters him, what else? Cardinal, if the Pope had pardoned me, and I walked out of prison through the crowd, it would not be your arm I should dare press. Then, if I got safe to my place again, how sad and sapless were the years to come! I go my old ways and find things grown grey. You priests leer at me, old friends look askance. The mop's in love, I'll wager to a man, with my poor young good beauteous murdered wife. For hearts require instruction how to beat, and eyes, on warrant of the story, wax wanton at portraiture in white and black of dead Pompilia gracing ballad sheet, which, had she died unmurdered and unsung, would never turn, though she pay street as bare as the mad penitent ladies do in France. My brothers quietly would edge me out of use and management of things called mine. Do I command? You stretched command before. Show anger? Anger little helped you once. Advise. How managed you affairs of old? My very mother, all the while they gird, turns eye up, gives confirmatory groan for unsuccess. Explain it how you will, disqualifies you, makes you doubt yourself. Much more, is found decisive by your friends. Beside, am I not 50 years of age? What new leap would a life take, checked like mine I' the spring at outset? Where's my second chance? Ay, but the babe! I had forgot my son, my heir. Now for a burst of gratitude, there's some appropriate service to intone, some Gaudeamus and thanksgiving psalm. Old, I renew my youth in him, and poor possess a treasure. Is not that the phrase? Only I must wait patient 20 years, nourishing all the while, as father ought, the excrescence with my daily blood of life. Does it respond to hope, such sacrifice? Grows the whin plump while I myself grow lean? Why, here's my son, and heir in evidence, who stronger, wiser, handsomer than I by 50 years, relieves me of each load, tames my hot horse, carries my heavy gun, courts my coy mistress, has his apt advice on house economy, expenditure, and what not. All which good gifts and great growth because of my decline, he brings to bear on Guido, but half apprehensive how he cumbers earth, crosses the brisk young Count, who civilly would thrust him from the scene. Contrariwise, does the blood offering fail? There's an ineptitude, one blank the more added to earth in semblance of my child? Then this has been a costly piece of work, my life exchanged for his. Why he, not I, enjoy the world, if no more grace accrue? Dwarf me, what giant have you made of him? I do not dread the disobedient son, I know how to suppress rebellion there, being not quite the fool my father was. But grant the medium measure of a man, the usual compromise twixt fool and sage, you know, the tolerably obstinate, the not so much perverse, but you may train the true son servant that, when parent bids, "Go work, son, in my vineyard," makes reply, "I go, sir." Why, what profit in your son beyond the drudges you might subsidise, have the same work from at a pall the head? Look at those 4 young precious olive plants reared at Vittiano, not on flesh and blood, these 20 years, but black bread and sour wine. I bade them put forth tender branch and hook and hurt 3 enemies I had in Rome. They did my hest as unreluctantly at promise of $1, as a son adjured by mumping memories of the past. No, nothing repays youth expended so. Youth, I say, who am young still. Give but leave to live my life out, to the last I'd live and die, conceding age no right of youth. It is the will runs the renewing nerve through flaccid flesh, would faint before the time. Therefore no sort of use for son have I, sick, not of life's feast, but of steps to climb to the house where life prepares her feast, of means to the end. For make the end attainable without the means, my relish were like yours. A man may have an appetite enough for a whole dish of robins ready cooked, and yet lack courage to face sleet, pad snow, and snare sufficiency for supper. End of section 157. Section 158 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido continued. Thus the time's arrived when, ancient Roman-like, I am bound to fall on my own sword. Why not say Tuscan-like, more ancient, better still? Will you hear truth can do no harm nor good? I think I never was at any time a Christian, as you nickname all the world, me among others. Truce to nonsense now. Name me a primitive religionist, as should the aboriginary be, I boast myself. Etruscan, Aretine, one sprung, your frigid Virgil's fieriest word, from fauns and nymphs, trunks and the heart of oak, with, for a visible divinity, the portent of a Jove Aegiocus, descried mid clouds, lightning and thunder, couched on topmost crag of your Capitoline. 'Tis in the 7th Aeneid. What, the 8th? Right, Thanks, Abate. Though the Christian's dumb, the Latinist's vivacious in you yet. I know my grandsire had out tapestry marked with the motto 'neath a certain shield his grandson presently will give some gules to vary azure. First we fight for faiths, but get to shake hands at the last of all. Mine's your faith too, in Jove Aegiocus. Nor do Greek gods, that serve as supplement, jar with the simpler scheme, if understood. We want such intermediary race to make communication possible. The real thing were too lofty, we too low. Midway hang these. We feel their use so plain in linking height to depth, that we doff hat and put no question nor pry narrowly into the nature hid behind the names. We grudge no right the fancy may demand, but never more than needs invent, refine, improve upon requirement, idly wise beyond the letter, teaching gods their trade, which is to teach us. We'll obey when taught. Why should we do our duty past the due? When the sky darkens, Jove is wroth, say prayer. When the sun shines and Jove is glad, sing psalm. But wherefore pass prescription and devise blood offering for sweat service, lend the rod a pungency through pickle of our own? Learned Abate, no one teaches you what Venus means and who's Apollo here. I spare you, Cardinal, but though you wince, you know me, I know you, and both know that. So, if Apollo bids us fast, we fast. But where does Venus order we stop sense when Master Pietro rhymes a pleasantry? Give alms prescribed on Friday, but hold hand because your foe lies prostrate? Where's the word explicit in the book debars revenge? The rationale of your scheme is just. Pay toll here, there pursue your pleasure free. So do you turn to use the medium powers, Mars and Minerva, Bacchus and the rest, and so are saved propitiating what? What all good, all wise and all potent Jove, vexed by the very sins in man, himself made life's necessity when man he made? Irrational bunglers! So, the living truth revealed to strike Pan dead ducks low at last, prays leave to hold its own and live good days provided it go mass grotesquely called Christian, not pagan? Oh, you purged the sky of all gods save one, the great and good, clapped hands and triumphed, but the change came fast. The inexorable need in man for life. Life you may mulct and minish to a grain out of the lump, so the grain left but live, laughed at your substituting death for life, and bade you do your worst, which worst was done. Past that age styled the primitive and pure, when saint this, saint that, dutifully starved, froze, fought with beasts, was beaten and abused, and finally ridded of his flesh by fire, keeping the while unspotted from the world. Good, but next age, how goes the game? Who gives his life and emulates saint that and this? They mutiny, mutter who knows what excuse, in fine, make up their minds to leave the new, stick to the old, enjoy old liberty, no prejudice, all the same, if so it please, to the new profession, sin o' the sly, henceforth. Let the law stand, the letter kills. What then? The Spirit saves as unmistakably. Omniscience sees omnipotence could stop. All mercifulness pardons. It must be. Frown law its fiercest, there's a wink somewhere. Such was the logic in this head of mine. I, like the rest, wrote poison on my bread, but broke and ate, said, "Those that use the sword shall perish by the same," then stabbed my foe. I stand on solid earth, not empty air. Dislodge me, let your Pope's crook hale me hence, not he nor you. And I so pity both, I'll make the speech you want the wit to make. Count Guido, who reveal our mystery, you trace all issues to the love of life. We have a life to love and guard like you. Why did you put us upon self-defence? You well knew what prompt password would appease the sentry's ire when folk infringe his bounds, and yet kept mouth shut. Do you wonder then if, in mere decency, he shot you dead? He can't have people play such pranks as you beneath his nose at noonday, who disdain to give him an excuse before the world by crying, "I break rule to save our camp." Under the old rule, such offence were death, and so had you heard pontifex pronounce, "Since you slay foe and violate the form that turns to murder, which were sacrifice had you, while, say, lawsuiting him to death, but raised an altar to the unknown God, or else the genius of the Vatican. Why then this pother? All because the Pope, doing his duty, cries, 'A foreigner, you scandalize the natives. Here at Rome, Romano vivitur more.' Wise men here put the Church forward and deface themselves. The fit defence had been, you stamped on wheat, intending all the time to trample tares, were fain extirpate then the heretic, and now find, in your haste, you slew a fool. Nor Pietro, nor Violante, nor your wife meant to breed up your babe a Molinist. Whence you are duly contrite. Not one word of all this wisdom did you urge, which slip death must atone for. End of section 158. Section 159 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido continued. So, let death atone. So ends mistake. So end mistakers. And perhaps to recommence. How should I know? Only, be sure, no punishment, no pain childish, preposterous, impossible, but some such fate as Ovid could foresee. Biblis in fluvium, let the weak soul end in water, sed licaun in lupum, but the strong become a wolf for evermore. Change that Pompilia to a puny stream fit to reflect the daisies on its bank. Let me turn wolf, be whole and sate for once, wallow in what is now a wolfishness coerced too much by the humanity that's half of me as well. Grow out of man, glut the wolf nature, what remains but grow into the man again? Be man indeed, and all man? Do I ring the changes right? Deformed, transformed, reformed, informed, conformed. The honest instinct, pent and crossed through life, let surge by death into a visible flow of rapture, as the strangled thread of flame painfully winds, annoying and annoyed, malignant and maligned, through stone and ore, till earth exclude the stranger. Vented once, it finds full play, is recognised atop some mountain as no such abnormal birth. Fire for the mount, the streamlet for the vale. Ay, the water was that wife of mine. Be it for good, be it for ill, no run o' the red thread through that insignificance. Again, how she is at me with those eyes! Away with the empty stare! Be wholly still and stupid ever! Occupy your patch of private snow That somewhere in what world may now be growing icy round your head, and aguish at your footprint. Freeze not me, dare follow not another step I take. Not with so much as those detested eyes, no, they follow but to pray me pause on the incline, earth's edge that's next to hell. None of your abnegation of revenge. Fly at me frank, tug while I tear again. There's God, go tell him, testify your worst. Not she, there was no touch in her of hate. And it would prove her hell if I reached mine. To know I suffered would still sadden her, do what the angels might to make amends. Therefore there's either no such place as hell, or thence shall I be thrust forth for her sake, and thereby undergo 3 hells, not one. I who, with outlet for escape to heaven, would tarry if such flight allowed my foe to raise his head, relieved of that firm foot had pinned him to the fiery pavement else. So am I made, who did not make myself. How dared she rob my own lip of the word? Beware me in what other world may be, Pompilia, who have brought me to this pass. All I know here will I say there, and go beyond the saying with the deed. Some use there cannot but be for a mood like mine, implacable, persistent in revenge. She maundered, all is over and at end. I go my own road, go you where God will. Forgive you? I forget you. There's the saint that takes your taste, you other kind of men. How you had loved her! Guido wanted skill to value such a woman at her worth. Properly the instructed criticise. What's here, you simpleton, have tossed to take its chance i' the gutter? This a daub, indeed? Why, 'tis a Raphael that you kick to rags. Perhaps so, some prefer the pure design. Give me my gorge of colour, glut of gold in a glory round the Virgin made for me. Titian's the man, not monk Angelico, who traces you some timid chalky ghost that turns the church into a charnel. Ay, just such a pencil might depict my wife. She, since she also would not change herself, why could not she come in some heart-shaped cloud, rainbowed about with riches? Royalty rimming her round, as round the tentless lawn guardingly runs the selvage cloth of gold? I would have left the faint fine gauze untouched, needle worked over with its lily and rose, let her bleach unmolested in the midst, chill that selected solitary spot of quietude she pleased to think was life. Purity, pallor grace the lawn, no doubt, when there's the costly border to unthread and make again an ingot. But What's grace when you want meat and drink and clothes and fire? A tale comes to my mind that's apposite, possibly true, probably false, a truth such as all truths we live by, Cardinal. 'Tis said, a certain ancestor of mine followed whoever was the potentate to Panemry, and in some battle broke through more than due allowance of the foe, and, risking much his own life, saved the Lord's. Battered and bruised, the Emperor scrambles up, rubs his eyes and looks round, and sees my sire, picks a furze sprig from out his hauberk joint, token how near the ground went Majesty, and says, "Take this, and if thou get safe home, plant the same in thy garden ground to grow. Run thence an hour in a straight line, and stop. Describe a circle round, for central point, the furze aforesaid, reaching every way the length of that hour's run. I give it thee, the central point, to build a castle there, the circumjacent space for fit domain, the whole to be thy children's heritage, whom, for my sake, bid thou wear furze on cap. Those are my arms. We turn the furze a tree to show more, and the greyhound tied thereto, straining to start, means swift and greedy both. He stands upon a triple mount of gold. By Jove, then, he's escaping from true gold and trying to arrive at empty air. Ha! The fancy never crossed my mind. My father used to tell me, and subjoin, as for the castle, that took wings and flew. The broad lands, why, to traverse them to-day would task my gouty feet, though in my prime I doubt not I could stand and spit so far. But for the furze, boy, fear no lack of that, so long as fortune leaves one field to grub. Wherefore, hurrah for furze and loyalty! What may I mean? Where may the lesson lurk? Do not bestow on man by way of gift furze without some substantial framework, grace of purity, a furze sprig of a wife, to me i' the thick of battle for my bread, without some better dowry, house and land, no other gift than sordid muck. Yes, sir, many more and much better, give them me. Oh, those Olympias bold, those Biancas brave, that brought a husband will worth Ormuz wealth. Cried, "Thou being mine, why, what but thine am I? Be thou to me law, right, wrong, heaven and hell. Let us blend souls. Be thou in me to bid two bodies work one pleasure. What are these called king, priest, father, mother, stranger, friend? They fret thee or they frustrate? Give the word, be certain they shall frustrate nothing more. And who is this young florid foolishness that holds thy fortune in his pygmy clutch, being a prince and potency forsooth, and hesitates to let the trifle go? Let me but seal up eye, sing ear to sleep, sounder than Samson. Pounce thou on the prize shall slip from off my breast, and down couch side and on to floor, and far as my lord's feet, where he stands in the shadow with the sword, waiting to see what Delilah dares do. Is the youth fair? What is a man to me, who am thy call bird? Twist his neck, my dupes, then take the breast shall turn a breast indeed. Such women are there, and they marry whom? Why, when a man has gone and hanged himself because of what he calls a wicked wife, see if the turpitude he makes his moan be not mere excellence the fool ignores. His monster is perfection, Circe, sent straight from the sun, with rod the idiot blames as not an honest distaff to spin wool. O thou Lucretia, is it long to wait yonder where all the gloom is in a glow with thy suspected presence, virgin yet, virtuous again in face of what's to teach, sin unimagined, unimaginable, I come to claim my bride, thy Borgia's self, not half the burning bridegroom I shall be. Cardinal, take away your crucifix. Abate, leave my lips alone, they bite. 'Tis vain you try to change what should not change and cannot. I have bared, you bathe my heart. It grows the stonier for your saving dew. You steep the substance you would lubricate in waters that but touch to petrify. End of section 159. Section 160 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 11, Guido, continued. You too are petrifactions of a kind. Move not a muscle that shows mercy. Rave another 12 hours, every word were waste. I thought you would not slay impenitence, teased first contrition from the man you slew. I thought you had a conscience. Cardinal, you know I am wronged. Wronged, say, and wrong maintain. Was this strict inquisition made for blood when first you showed us scarlet on your back, called to the college? That straightforward way to that legitimate end, I think it passed over a scantling of heads brained, hearts broke, lives trodden into dust. How otherwise? Such is the way of the world, and so you walk. Does memory haunt your pillow? Not a whit. God wills you never pace your garden path one appetizing hour ere dinner time, but your intrusion there treads out of life a universe of happy innocent things. Feel you remorse about that damsel fly which buzzed so near your mouth and flapped your face? You blotted it from being at a blow. It was a fly. You were a man, and more lord of created things, so took your course. Manliness, mind. These are things fit to save, fit to brush fly from. Why, because I take my course, must needs the Pope kill me? Kill you? Because this instrument he throws away is strong to serve a master. It were yours to have and hold and get such good from out. The Pope who dooms me needs must die next year. I tell you how the chances are supposed for his successor. First the Chamberlain, old San Cesario. Colloredo next. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. I refuse to name. After these comes Altieri. Then come you. 7th on the list you are, unless, how can a dead hand give a friend a lift? Are you the person to despise the help of the head shall drop in pannier presently? So a child seesaws on or kicks away the fulcrum stone, that's all the sage requires to fit his lever to and move the world. Cardinal, I adjure you in God's name, save my life, fall at the Pope's feet, set forth things your own fashion, not in words like these made for a sense like yours who apprehend, translate into the court conventional. Count Guido must not die, is innocent, fair, be assured. But what an he were foul, blood-drenched and murder-crusted head to foot? Spare one whose death insults the Emperor and outrages the Louis you so love. He has friends who will avenge him, enemies who hate the Church now with impunity missing the old coercive. Would you send a soul straight to perdition, dying frank an atheist? Go and say this, for God's sake. Why, you don't think I hope you'll say one word, neither shall I persuade you from your stand, nor you persuade me from my station. Take your crucifix away, I tell you twice. Come, I am tired of silence. Pause enough. You have prayed. I have gone inside my soul and shut its door behind me. 'Tis your torch makes the place dark. The darkness let alone grows tolerable twilight. One may grope and get to guess at length and breadth and depth. What is this fact I feel persuaded of? This something like a foothold in the sea, although St. Peter's bark scuds billow-borne, leaves me to founder where it flung me first? Spite of your splashing, I am high and dry. God takes his own part in each thing he made for a reason. He conserves his work, gives each its proper instinct of defence. My lamb-like wife could neither bark nor bite. She bleated, till for pity pure, the village roused it, ran with pole and prong to the rescue, and behold the wolf's at bay. Shall he try bleeding, or take turn or two, since the wolf owns to kinship with the fox, and failing to escape the foe by these, give up attempt, die fighting quietly? The last bad blow that strikes fire in at eye and on to brain, and so out life and all, how can it but be cheated of a pang while, fighting quietly, the jaws enjoy their re-embrace, in mid-backbone they break, after their weary work through the foe's flesh? That's the wolf nature. Don't mistake my trope. The Cardinal is qualmish. Eminence, my fight is figurative, blows o' the air, brain war with powers and principalities, spirit bravado, no real fisticuffs. I shall not presently, when the knock comes, cling to this bench nor flee the hangman's face. No, trust me, I conceive worse lots than mine. Whether it be the old contagious fit and plague o' the prison have surprised me too, the appropriate drunkenness of the death hour creep on my sense, the work o' the wine and myrrh, I know not. I begin to taste my strength, careless, gay even. What's the worth of life? The Pope is dead, my murderous old man, for Tozzi told me so. And you, forsooth, why, you don't think, Abate, do your best, you'll live a year more with that hacking cough and blotch of crimson where the cheek's a pit? Tozzi has got you also down in book. Cardinal, only 7th of 70 near, Is not one called Albano in the lot? Go eat your heart, you'll never be a pope. Inform me, is it true you left your love, a Pucci, for promotion in the church? She's more than in the church, in the churchyard. Plautilla Pucci, your affianced bride, has dust now in the eyes that held the love. And Martinez, suppose they make you pope, stops that with veto, so enjoy yourself. I see you all reel to the rock, you waves. Some forthright, some describe a sinuous track, some crested brilliantly with heads above, some in a strangled swirl sunk who knows how, but all bound whither the main current sets, rockward, and end in foam for all of you. What if I am o'ertaken, pushed to the front by all you crowding smoother souls behind, and reach a minute sooner than was meant the boundary whereon I break to mist? Go to, the smoothest, safest of you all, most perfect and compact wave in my train, spite of the blue tranquillity above, spite of the breadth before of lapsing peace where broods the halcyon and the fish leaps free, will presently begin to feel the prick at lazy heart, the push at torpid brain, will rock vertiginously in turn, and reel, and emulative rush to death like me. Later or sooner by a minute then. So much for the untimeliness of death. And, as regards the manner that offends, the rude and rough, I count the same for gain. Be the act harsh and quick, undoubtedly the soul's condensed and, twice itself, expands to burst through life in alternation due into the other state, whate'er it prove. You never know what life means till you die. Even throughout life, 'tis death that makes life live, gives it whatever the significance. For see, on your own ground and argument, suppose life had no death to fear, how find a possibility of nobleness in man, prevented daring any more? What's love, what's faith without a worst to dread? Lacklustre jewelry, but faith and love with death behind them bidding do or die. Put such a foil at back, the sparkle's born. From out myself, how the strange colours come! Is there a new rule in another world? Be sure I shall resign myself. As here I recognise no law I could not see, there, what I see, I shall acknowledge too. On earth I never took the Pope for God. In heaven I shall scarce take God for the Pope. Unmanned, remade, I hold it probable, with something changeless at the heart of me to know me by, some nucleus that's myself. Accretions did it wrong. Away with them! You soon shall see the use of fire. Till when, all that was, is, and must for ever be, nor is it in me to unhate my hates. I use up my last strength to strike once more old Pietro in the wine-house gossip face, to trample underfoot the whine and wile of that Violante, and I grow one gorge to loathingly reject Pompilia's pale poison my hasty hunger took for food. A strong tree wants no wreaths about its trunk, No cloying cups, no sickly sweet of scent, But sustenance at root, a bucket full. How else lived that Athenian who died so, drinking hot bull's blood, fit for men like me? I lived and died a man, and take man's chance, honest and bold. Right will be done to such. Who are these you have let descend my stair? Ha, their accursed psalm! Lights at the sill? Is it open they dare bid you? Treachery! Sirs, have I spoken one word all this while Out of the world of words I had to say? Not one word! All was folly! I laughed and mocked. Sirs, my first true word, all truth and no lie, Is save me notwithstanding. Life is all. I was just stark mad. Let the madman live pressed by as many chains As you please pile. Don't open. Hold me from them. I am yours. I am the Grand Duke's. No, I am the Pope's. Abate, Cardinal, Christ, Maria, God, Pompilia, will you let them murder me? End of section 160. Section 161 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 12. The Book and the Ring. Here were the end, had anything an end. Thus lit and launched, up and up roared and soared a rocket, till the key o' the vault was reached, and wide heaven held a breathless minute space in brilliant usurpature. Thus caught spark, rushed to the height, and hung at full of fame over men's upturned faces, ghastly thence our glaring Guido, now decline must be. In its explosion you have seen his act by my power, may be, judged it by your own, or composite as good orbs prove, or crammed with worse ingredients than the wormwood star. The act, over and ended, falls and fades. What was once seen grows what is now described, then talked of, told about, a tinge the less in every fresh transmission, till it melts, trickles in silent orange or wan grey across our memory, dies and leaves all dark, and presently we find the stars again. Follow the main streaks, meditate the mode of brightness, how it hastes to blend with black. After that February 22, since our salvation, 1698, of all reports that were, or may have been, concerning those the day killed or let live, 4 I count only. Take the first that comes. A letter from a stranger, man of rank, Venetian visitor at Rome, who knows on what pretence of busy idleness. Thus he begins on evening of that day. Here are we at our end of carnival, prodigious gaiety and monstrous mirth, and constant shift of entertaining show, with influx from each quarter of the globe of strangers nowise wishful to be last i' the struggle for a good place presently when that befalls. Fate cannot long defer. The old Pope totters on the verge of the grave. You see, Malpichi understood far more than Tozzi how to treat the ailments. Age, no question, renders these inveterate. Cardinal Spada, actual minister, is possible Pope, I wager on his head, since those 4 entertainments of his niece which set all Rome astare. Pope probably, though Colloredo has his backers too, and San Cesario makes one doubt at times. Altieri will be chamberlain at most. A week ago the sun was warm like May, and the old man took daily exercise along the riverside. He loves to see that custom house he built upon the bank, for Naples born, his tastes are maritime. But yesterday he had to keep indoors because of the outrageous rain that fell. On such days the good soul has fainting fits, or lies in stupor, scarcely makes believe of minding business, fumbles at his beads. They say the trust that keeps his heart alive is that, by lasting till December next, he may hold Jubilee a second time, and twice in one reign ope the holy doors. By the way, somebody responsible assures me that the King of France has writ fresh orders. Fenelon will be condemned. The Cardinal makes a wry face enough, having a love for the delinquent. Still, he's the ambassador, must press the point. Have you a wager too, dependent here? Now, from such matters, to divert a while, hear of today's event, which crowns the week, casts all the other wagers into shade. Tell Dandolo I owe him 50 drops of heart's blood in the shape of gold zecchines. The Pope has done his worst. I have to pay for the execution of the Count. By Jove! 2 days since I reported him as safe, re-echoing the conviction of all Rome. Who could suspect the one deaf ear, the Pope's? But prejudices grow insuperable, and that old enmity to Austria, that passion for France and France's pageant king, of which why pause to multiply the proofs now scandalously rife in Europe's mouth? These fairly got the better in the man of justice, prudence and esprit de corps, and he persisted in the butchery. Also, 'tis said that in his latest walk to that dogana by the bank he built, the crowd, he suffers question unrebuked, asked whether murder was a privilege only reserved for nobles like the Count. And he was ever mindful of the mob. Martinez, the Caesarian minister, who used his best endeavours to spare blood, and strongly pleaded for the life of one, urged he, I may have dined at table with, he will not soon forget the Pope's rebuff, feels the slight sensibly, I promise you. And but for the dissuasion of 2 eyes that make with him foul weather or fine day, he had abstained, nor graced the spectacle. As it was, barely would he condescend look forth from the palchetto where he sat under the Pincian. We shall hear of this. The substituting, too, the People's Square for the out-o'-the-way old quarter by the bridge was meant as a conciliatory sop to the mob. It gave one holiday the more. But the French embassy might unfurl flag, still the good luck of France to fling a foe. Cardinal Bouillon triumphs properly. Palchetti were erected in the place, and houses at the edge of the 3 streets let their front windows at $6 each. Anguisciola, that patron of the arts, hired one, our envoy Contarini too. End of section 161. Section 162 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 12, The Book and the Ring, continued. Now for the thing. No sooner the decree gone forth, 'tis 24 hours ago, than Acciaiuoli and Panciatichi, old friends indeed, compatriots of the man, being pitched on as the couple properest to intimate the sentence yesternight, were closeted ere cockcrow with the Count. They both report their efforts to dispose the unhappy nobleman for ending well, despite the natural sense of injury, were crowned at last with a complete success. And when the company of death arrived at 20 hours, the way they reckon here, we say at sunset, after dinner time, the Count was let down, hoisted up on car, last of the five, as heinousest, you know, yet they allowed one whole car to each man. His intrepidity, nay nonchalance, as up he stood and down he sat himself, struck admiration into those who saw. Then the procession started, took the way from the new prisons by the Pilgrim Street, the street of the Governo, Pasquin Street, where was stuck up, mid other epigrams, a quatrain. But of all that, presently. The place Navona, the Pantheon's place, place of the column, last the Corso's length, and so debouched thence at Mannaia's foot I' the place o' the people. As is evident, despite the malice, plainly meant, I fear, by this abrupt change of locality, the square's no such bad place to head and hang. We had the titillation as we sat assembled, quality in conclave, ha? Of minute after minute, some report how the slow show was winding on its way. Now did a car run over, kill a man just opposite a pork shop, number 12, and bitter were the outcries of the mob against the Pope, for but that he forbids the lottery. Why, 12 were 10 quatern. Now did a beggar by Saint Agnes, lame from his youth up, recover use of leg, through prayer of Guido as he glanced that way, so that the crowd near crammed his hat with coin. Thus was kept up excitement to the last, not an abrupt outbolting as of yore, from castle over bridge and on to block, and so all ended ere you well could wink. Guido was last to mount the scaffold steps here also, as atrociousest in crime. We hardly noticed how the peasants died. They dangled somehow soon to right and left, and we remained all ears and eyes, could give ourselves to Guido undividedly as he harangued the multitude beneath. He begged forgiveness on the part of God, and fair construction of his act from men, whose suffrage he entreated for his soul, suggesting that we should forthwith repeat a pater and an ave, with the hymn Salve Regina Caeli, for his sake. Which said, he turned to the confessor, crossed and reconciled himself with decency, oft glancing at Saint Mary's opposite, where they possess and showed enshrined today the blessed umbilicus of our Lord, a relic 'tis believed no other church in Rome can boast of, then rose up, as brisk knelt down again, bent head, adapted neck, and, with the name of Jesus on his lips, received the fatal blow. The headsman showed the head to the populace. Must I avouch we strangers own to disappointment here? Report pronounced him fully 6 feet high, youngish, considering his 50 years, and, if not handsome, dignified at least. Indeed, it was no face to please a wife. His friends say this was caused by the costume. He wore the dress he did the murder in, that is, a justaucorps of russet serge, black camisole, coarse cloak of baracan, so they style here the garb of goat's hair cloth, white hat and cotton cap beneath. Poor Count! Preservative against the evening dews during the journey from Arezzo. Well, so died the man, and so his end was peace. Whence many a moral were to meditate. Spada, you may bet Dandolo is Pope. Now for the quatrain. No, friend, this will do. You've sputtered into sparks. What streak comes next? A letter. Don Giacinto Arcangeli, doctor and proctor. Him I made you mark buckle to business in his study late. The virtuous sire, the valiant for the truth, acquaints his correspondent. Florentine, by name Cencini, advocate as well, Socius, and brother in the devil to match. A friend of Franceschini anyhow, and knit up with the bowels of the case, acquaints him, in this paper that I touch, how their joint effort to obtain reprieve for Guido had so nearly nicked the 99 and one over, he would say at Taroc's, or succeeded in our phrase. To this Cencini's care I owe the book. The yellow thing I take and toss once more. How will it be, my 4 years' intimate, when thou and I part company anon? 'Twas he the whole position of the case, pleading and summary, were put before. Discreetly in my book he bound them all, adding some 3 epistles to the point. Here is the first of these, part fresh as penned, the sand that dried the ink, not rubbed away, though penned the day whereof it tells the deed. Part, extant just as plainly, you know where, whence came the other stuff, went, you know how, to make the ring that's all but round and done. Late they arrived, too late, egregious sir. Those same justificative points you urge might benefit his blessed memory, Count Guido Franceschini, now with God. Since the court, to state things succinctly, styled the congregation of the governor, having resolved on Tuesday last our cause I' the guilty sense, with death for punishment, spite of all pleas by me deducible, in favour of said blessed memory, I with expenditure of pains enough obtained a respite, leave to claim and prove exemption from the law's award, alleged the power and privilege of the clericate, to which effect a courier was dispatched. But ere an answer from Arezzo came, the holiness of our Lord the Pope, prepare, judging it inexpedient to postpone the execution of such sentence passed, saw fit by his particular chirograph to derogate, dispense with privilege, and wink at any hurt accruing thence to Mother Church through damage of her son, also to overpass and set aside that other plea on score of tender age, put forth by me to do Pasquini good, one of the 4 in trouble with our friend. So that all 5 to-day have suffered death with no distinction save in dying, he decollated by way of privilege, the rest hanged decently and in order. Thus came the Count to his end of gallant man, defunct in faith and exemplarity. Nor shall the shield of his great house lose shine, nor its blue banner blush to red thereby. This too should yield sustainment to our hearts. He had commiseration and respect in his decease from universal Rome. Quantum est hominum venustiorum, the nice and cultivated everywhere. Though, in respect of me his advocate, needs must I groan o'er my debility, attribute the untoward event of the strife to nothing but my own crass ignorance, which failed to set the valid reasons forth, find fit excuse. Such is the fate of war. May God compensate us the direful blow by future blessings on his family, whereof I lowly beg the next commands. whereto, as humbly, I confirm myself. End of section 162. Section 163 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 12, The Book and the Ring, continued. And so forth, follow name and place and date. On the next leaf, Actenus senioribus. There, old fox, show the clients t'other side and keep this corner sacred, I beseech. You and your pleas and proofs were what folks call Pisan assistance, aid that comes too late, saves a man dead as nail in post of door. Had I but time and space for narrative, what was the good of 20 clericates when somebody's thick headpiece once was bent on seeing Guido's drop into the bag? How these old men like giving youth a push! So much the better, next push goes to him, and a new pope begins the century. Much good I get by my superb defence, but argument is solid and subsists, while obstinacy and ineptitude accompany the owner to his tomb. What do I care how soon? Beside, folks see, Rome will have relished heartily the show, yet understood the motives, never fear, which caused the indecent change of the people's place to the people's playground, stigmatized the spite which in a trice precipitated things, as oft the moribund will give a kick to show they are not absolutely dead, so feebleness i' the socket shoots its last, a spirit of violence for energy. But thou, Cencini, brother of my breast, O fox whose home is mid the tender grape, whose couch in Tuscany by Themis throne, subject to no such. But I shut my mouth, or only open it again to say, this pother and confusion fairly laid, my hands are empty and my satchel lank. Now then, for both the matrimonial cause and the case of Gomez, serve them hot and hot. Reliqua differamus in crastinum. The impatient estafette cracks whip outside. Still, though the earth should swallow him who swears and me who make the mischief, in must slip. My boy, your godson, that chap's Jacint, enjoyed the sight while Papa plodded here. I promised him, the rogue, a month ago, the day his birthday was of all the days, that if I failed to save Count Guido's head, Cinuccio should at least go see it chopped from trunk. So Latinize your thanks, quoth I. That I prefer, hoc malim, raps me out the rogue. You notice the subjunctive? Ha! Accordingly, he sat there, bold in box, proud as the Pope behind the peacock fans, whereon a certain lady patroness for whom I manage things, my boy in front, her marquis set the third in evidence. Boys have no eyes nor ears save for the show. This time Cintino was her sportive word, when whiz and thump went axe and Maudley man, and folks could fall to the suspended chat. This time, you see, Bottini rules the roast. Nor can Papa with all his eloquence be reckoned on to help as heretofore. Whereat Cinone pouts, then sparkishly, Papa knew better than aggrieve his Pope, and balk him of his grudge against our Count, else he'd have argued off Bottini's What? His nose! The rogue! Well parried of the boy! He's long since out of Caesar, 8 years old, and as for tripping in Eutropius, well, reason the more that we strain every nerve to do him justice, mould a model mouth, a Bartolus cum Baldo for next age. For that I purse the pieces, work the brain, and want both Gomez and the marriage case, success with which shall plaster aught of pate that's broken in me by Bottini's flail, and bruise his own, belike, that wags and brags. Adverte supplico humiliter quod. Don't the fungus see, the fop divine, that one hand drives 2 horses, left and right? With this rein did I rescue from the ditch the fortune of our Franceschini, keep unsplashed the credit of a noble house, and set the fashionable cause of Rome a-prancing till bystanders shouted, "Well!" The other reins judicious management suffered old somebody to keep the pace, hobblingly play the roadster, who but he had his opinion, was not led by the nose in leash of quibble strung to look like law. You'll soon see, when I go to pay devoir and compliment him on confuting me, if by a backswing of the pendulum grace be not, thick and threefold consequent. I must decide, as I see proper, Don, the Pope. I have my inward lights for guide. Had learning been the matter in dispute, could eloquence avail to gainsay fact, yours were the victory, be comforted. Cinuzzo will be gainer by it all. Quick then with Gomez, hot and hot next case. Follows a letter, takes the other side. Tall blue-eyed Fisc, whose head is capped with cloud, Dr. Bottini, to no matter who, writes on the Monday 2 days afterward. Now shall the honest championship of right, crowned with success, enjoy at last unblamed, moderate triumph. Now shall eloquence poured forth in fancied floods for virtue's sake, the prentice sorrowfully diked and dammed, but chose where fain the unbridled force would flow, finding a channel. Now shall this refresh the thirsty donor with a drop or two. Here has been truth at issue with a lie. Let who gain truth the day have handsome pride in his own prowess. Eh? What ails the man? Well, it is over, ends as I foresaw. Easily proved Pompilia's innocence. Catch them entrusting Guido's guilt to me. I had, as usual, the plain truth to plead. I always knew the clearness of the stream would show the fish so thoroughly, child might prong the clumsy monster with no mud to splash. Small credit to lynx eye and lightning spear. This Guido, much sport he contrived to make, who at first twist, preamble of the cord, turned white, told all like the poltroon he was. Finished, as you expect, a penitent, fully confessed his crime, and made amends, and edifying Rome last Saturday died like a saint, poor devil. That's the man the gods still give to my antagonist. Imagine how Arcangeli claps wing and crows. Such formidable facts to face, so naked to attack my client here, and yet I kept a month the Fisc at bay, and in the end had foiled him of the prize by this arch stroke, this plea of privilege, but that the Pope must gratify his whim, put in his word, poor old man, let it pass. Such is the cue to which all Rome responds. What with the plain truth given me to uphold, and should I let truth slip, the Pope at hand to pick up, steady her on legs again, my office turns a pleasantry indeed. Not that the burly boaster did one jot o' the little was to do, young Spreti's work, but for him, mannikin and dandy prat, mere candle end and inch of cleverness stuck on Arcangeli's save-all, but for him, the spruce young Spreti, what is bad were worse. End of section 163. Section 164 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 12, The Book and the Ring, continued. I looked that Rome should have the natural gird at advocate with case that proves itself. I knew Arcangeli would grin and brag. But what say you to one impertinence might move a man? That monk, you are to know, that barefoot Augustinian whose report of the dying woman's words did detriment to my best points it took the freshness from. That meddler preached to purpose yesterday at San Lorenzo, as a winding up of the shows have proved a treasure to the church. Out comes his sermon, smoking from the press. Its text, "Let God be true, and every man a liar," and its application, this, the longest winded of the paragraphs, I straight unstitch, tear out and treat you with. 'Tis piping hot and posts through Rome today. Remember it, as I engage to do. But if you rather be disposed to see in the result of the long trial here, this dealing doom to guilt and doling praise to innocency, any proof that truth may look for vindication from the world, much will you have misread the signs. I say, God, who seems acquiescent in the main with those who add, "So will he ever sleep," flutters their foolishness from time to time, puts forth his right hand recognisably, even as, to fools who deem he needs must right wrong on the instant, as if earth were heaven, he wakes remonstrance, "Passive, Lord, how long?" Because Pompilia's purity prevails, conclude you all truth triumphs in the end? So might those old inhabitants of the ark, witnessing haply their dove's safe return, pronounce there was no danger all the while o' the deluge to the creatures' counterparts, aught that beat wing i' the world was white or soft, and that the lark, the thrush, the culver too, might equally have traversed air, found earth, and brought back olive branch in unharmed bill. Methinks I hear the patriarch's warning voice, though this one breast, by miracle, return, no wave rolls by, in all the waste, but bears within it some dead dove-like thing as dear, beauty made blank and harmlessness destroyed. How many chaste and noble sister fames wanted the extricating hand, and lie strangled, for one Pompilia proud above the welter, plucked from the world's calumny stupidity, simplicity. Who cares? Romans, an elder race possessed your land long ago, and a false faith lingered still, as shades do, though the morning star be out. Doubtless some pagan of the twilight day has often pointed to a cavern mouth, obnoxious to beholders, hard by Rome, and said, "Nor he a bad man, no, nor fool, only a man so, blind like all his mates." Here skulk in safety, lurk, defying law, The devotees to execrable creed, Adoring, with what culture, Jove, avert Thy vengeance from us worshippers of thee! What rites obscene, their idol god an ass! So went the word forth, so acceptance found, So century re-echoed century, cursed the accursed, and so, from sire to son, you Romans cried, "The offscourings of our race corrupt Within the depths there, fitly, fiends, perform A temple service o'er the dead. Child, gather garment round thee, pass nor pry!" So groaned your generations, till the time grew ripe, And lightning hath revealed, belike through crevice peeped into by curious fear, Some object even fear could recognise I' the place of spectres: on the illumined wall, To wit, some nook, tradition talks about, Narrow and short, a corpse's length, no more, And by it, in the due receptacle, The little rude brown lamp of earthenware, The cruse was meant for flowers, but held the blood, The rough scratched palm branch, and the legend left "Pro Christo." Then the mystery lay clear: the abhorred one was a martyr all the time, A saint whereof earth was not worthy. What? Do you continue in the old belief? Where blackness bides unbroke, must devils be? Is it so certain, not another cell O' the myriad that make up the catacomb Contains some saint a second flash would show? Will you ascend into the light of day, And, having recognised a martyr's shrine, Go join the votaries that gape around Each vulgar god that awes the market place? Be these the objects of your praising? See! In the outstretched right hand of Apollo there Is screened a scorpion, housed amid the folds Of Juno's mantle, lo, a cockatrice! Each statue of a god was fitlier styled Demon and devil. Glorify no brass that shines like burnished gold In noonday glare, for fools! Be otherwise instructed you, and preferably ponder ere ye pass Each incident of this strange human play Privily acted on a theatre, was deemed secure From every gaze but God's. Till of a sudden, earthquake lays wall low And lets the world see the wild work inside, And how, in petrifaction of surprise The actors stand, raised arm and planted foot, Mouth as it made, eye as it evidenced, Despairing shriek, triumphant hate, Transfixed both he who takes and she who yields the life. As ye become spectators of this scene, Watch obscuration of a fame Pearl pure in vapoury films, in woven circumstance, A soul made weak by its pathetic want Of just the first apprenticeship to sin, Would thenceforth make the sinning soul secure From all foes save itself. That's truliest foe. For egg turned snake needs fear no serpentry. As ye behold this web of circumstance Deepen the more for every thrill and throe, Convulsive effort to disperse the films And disenmesh the fame o' the martyr, mark how all those means the unfriended one pursues, To keep the treasure trusted to her breast, Each struggle in the flight from death to life, How all, by procuration of the powers Of darkness, are transformed, no single ray Shot forth to show and save the inmost star, But passed as through hell's prism, proceeding black to the world that hates white? As ye watch, I say, till dusk and such defacement grow eclipsed by, marvellous perversity of man, the inadequacy and inaptitude of that selfsame machine, that very law man vaunts, devised to dissipate the gloom, rescue the drowning orb from calumny, hear law appointed to defend the just, submit for best defence, that wickedness was bred of flesh and innate with the bone, born by Pompilia's spirit for a space, and no mere chance fault, passionate and brief. Finally, when ye find, after this touch of man's protection, which intends to mar the last pinpoint of light and damn the disk, one wave of the hand of God amid the worlds bid vapour vanish, darkness flee away, and leave the vexed star culminate in peace approachable no more by earthly mist. What I call God's hand, you, perhaps, this chance of the true instinct of an old good man who happens to hate darkness and love light, in whom too was the eye that saw, not dim, the natural force to do the thing he saw, no wise abated, both by miracle. All this well pondered, I demand assent to the enunciation of my text, in face of one proof more that God is true and every man a liar, that who trusts to human testimony for a fact gets this sole fact: himself is proved a fool. Man's speech being false, if but by consequence that only strength is true, while man is weak, and, since truth seems reserved for heaven not earth, should learn to love what he may speak one day. End of section 164. Section 165 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 12, The Book and the Ring continued. For me, the weary and the worn, who prompt to mirth or pity as I move the mood, a friar who glide unnoticed to the grave, bare feet, coarse robe, and robe grit waist of mine, I have long since renounced your world, ye know. Yet weigh the worth of worldly prize foregone, disinterestedly judge this and that good ye account good, but God tries the heart. Still, if you question me of my content at having put each human pleasure by, I answer, at the urgency of truth, as this world seems, I dare not say I know, apart from Christ's assurance, which decides, whether I have not failed to taste some joy. For many a dream would fain perturb my choice. How love, in those the varied shapes, might show as glory, or as rapture, or as grace. How conversancy with the books that teach, the arts that help. How to grow great, in fine, rather than simply good, and bring thereby goodness to breathe and live, nor born i' the brain die there. How these and many another gift may well be precious, though abjured by me. But for one prize, best meed of mightiest man, arch object of ambition, earthly praise, repute o' the world, the flourish of loud trump, the softer social fluting. Oh, for these, know, my friends, fame, that bubble which world-wide each blows and bids his neighbour lend a breath, that so he haply may behold thereon one more enlarged, distorted, false fool's face, until some glassy nothing grown as big send by a touch the imperishable to suds. No, in renouncing fame, the loss was light. Choosing obscurity, the chance was well. Didst ever touch such ampollosity as the man's own bubble, let alone its spite? What's his speech for, but just the fame he flouts, how he dares reprehend both high and low? Else had he turned the sentence, God is true and every man a liar, save the Pope happily reigning, my respects to him. So rounded off the period, Molinism simple and pure. To what pitch get we next? I find that, for first pleasant consequence, Gomez, who had intended to appeal from the absurd decision of the court, declines, though plain enough his privilege, to call on help from lawyers any more, resolves the liars may possess the world, till God have had sufficiency of both. So may I whistle for my job and fee. But for this virulent and rabid monk, if law be an inadequate machine, and advocacy so much impotence, we shall soon see, my blatant brother. That's exactly what I hope to show your sort. For, by a veritable piece of luck, true providence, you monks round period with, all may be gloriously retrieved, perpend, that monastery of the Convertites, whereto the court consigned Pompilia first. Observe, if Convertite, why sinner then, or where the pertinency of a ward, and whither she was late returned to die. Still in their jurisdiction, mark again, that thrifty sisterhood, for perquisite claims every pall whereof may die possessed each sinner in the circuit of its walls. Now this Pompilia, seeing that by death o' the couple all their wealth devolved on her, straight utilised the respite ere decease by regular conveyance of the goods she thought her own, to will and to devise, gave all to friends, Tighetti and the like, in trust for him she held her son and heir, Gaetano, trust to end with infancy. So, willing and devising, since assured the justice of the court would presently confirm her in her rights and exculpate, reintegrate and rehabilitate, station as, through my pleading, now she stands. But here's the capital mistake. The court found Guido guilty, but pronounced no word about the innocency of his wife. I grounded charge on broader base, I hope. No matter whether wife be true or false, the husband must not push aside the law and punish of a sudden. That's the point. Gather from out my speech the contrary. It follows that Pompilia, unrelieved by formal sentence from imputed fault, remains unfit to have and to dispose of property, which law provides shall lapse. Wherefore the monastery claims its due. And whose, pray, whose the office but the fisc's? Who but I institute procedure next against the person of dishonest life? Pompilia, whom last week I sainted so. I it is, teach the monk what Scripture means, and that the tongue should prove a two-edged sword, no axe sharp one side, blunt the other way, like what amused the town at Guido's cost. Astria redux! I've a second chance before the selfsame court of the governor, who soon shall see volte face and chop, change sides. Accordingly, I charge you on your life, send me with all dispatch the judgment late of the Florence Rota Court, confirmative of the prior judgment at Arezzo, clenched again by the Granducal signature, wherein Pompilia is convicted, doomed, and only destined to escape through flight the proper punishment. Send me the piece, I'll work it, and this foul-mouthed friar shall find his Noah's dove that brought the olive back is turned into the other sooty scout, the raven. Noah first of all put forth the ark, and never came back, but ate carcasses. No adequate machinery in law, no power of life and death i' the learned tongue. Methinks I am already at my speech, startle the world with "Thou, Pompilia, thus? How is the fine gold of the temple dim?" and so forth. But the courier bids me close, and clip away one joke that runs through Rome, side by side with the sermon which I send. How like the heartlessness of the old hunks, Arcangeli! His count is hardly cold, his client whom his blunder sacrificed, when somebody must needs describe the scene, how the procession ended at the church that boasts the famous relic. Quoth our brute, "Why, that's just Martial's phrase for make an end, ad umbilicum sic perventum est." The callous dog! Let who will cut off head, he cuts a joke, and cares no more than so. I think my speech shall modify his mirth. How is the fine gold dim? But send the piece. End of section 165. Section 166 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 12. The Book and the Ring continued. Alack, Bottini, what is my next word but death to all that hope? The instrument is plain before me, print that ends my book with the definitive verdict of the court. Dated September, 6 months afterward. Such trouble and so long the old Pope gave. In restitution of the perfect fame of dead Pompilia, quondam Guido's wife, and warrant to her representative Domenico Tighetti, barred hereby, while doing duty in his guardianship, from all molesting, all disquietude, each perturbation and vexation brought or threatened to be brought against the heir by the most venerable convent called Saint Mary Magdalene o' the Convertites i' the Corso. Justice done a second time. Well judged, Mark Antony, locum tenens o' the governor, Aventurini too, for which I save thy name last of the list. Next year but one, completing his 9 years of rule in Rome, died Innocent, my Pope, by some accounts on his accession day. If he thought doubt would do the next age good, 'tis pity he died unapprised what birth his reign may boast of, be remembered by. Terrible Pope, too, of a kind, Voltaire. And so an end of all i' the story. Strain never so much my eyes, I miss the mark there lived or died that Gaetano, child of Guido and Pompilia. Only find immediately upon his father's death a record in the annals of the town that Portia, sister of our Guido, moved the priors of Arezzo and their head, its gonfalonier, to give loyally a public attestation to the right of the Franceschini to men's reverence, apparently because of the incident of the murder. There's no mention made of crime, but what else caused such urgency to cure the mob? Just then, of chronic greediness for scandal, love of lying vanity, an appetite to swallow crude reports that bring annoyance to their betters? Bane which here was promptly met by antidote. I like, and shall translate the eloquence of nearly the worst Latin ever writ. Since antique time, whereof the memory holds the beginning, to this present hour, our Franceschini ever shone and shine, still I' the primary rank, supreme amid the lustres of Arezzo, proud to own in this great family her flag-bearer, guide of her steps and guardian against foe, as in the first beginning, so to-day. There, would you disbelieve stern history, trust rather to the babble of a bard? I thought, Arezzo, thou hadst fitter souls. Petrarch, nay, Buonarroti at a pinch, to do thee credit as vexillifer. Was it mere mirth the Patavinian meant, making thee out, in his veracious page, founded by Janus of the double face? Well, proving of such perfect parentage, our Gaetano, born of love and hate, did the babe live or die? One fain would find. What were his fancies if he grew a man? Was he proud, a true scion of the stock, of bearing blazon, shall make bright my book, shield azure on a triple mountain, or a palm tree proper, whereunto is tied a greyhound rampant, striving in the slips? Or did he love his mother, the base-born, and fight i' the ranks, unnoticed by the world? Such, then, the final state of the story. So did the star wormwood in a blazing fall frighten a while the waters and lie lost. So did this old woe fade from memory, till after, in the fullness of the days, I needs must find an ember yet unquenched, and breathing blow the spark to flame. It lives, if precious be the soul of man to man. So, British public, who may like me yet, marry and amen. Learn one lesson hence of many which whatever lives should teach. This lesson, that our human speech is naught, our human testimony false, our fame and human estimation words and wind. Why take the artistic way to prove so much? Because it is the glory and good of art that art remains the one way possible of speaking truth, to mouths like mine at least. How look a brother in the face and say, "Thy right is wrong, eyes hast thou, yet art blind, thine ears are stuffed and stopped despite their length, and oh, the foolishness thou countest faith"? Say this as silverly as tongue can troll. The anger of the man may be endured, the shrug, the disappointed eyes of him are not so bad to bear. But here's the plague that all this trouble comes of telling truth, which truth, by when it reaches him, looks false, seems to be just the thing it would supplant, nor recognisable by whom it left. while falsehood would have done the work of truth. But art, wherein man nowise speaks to men, only to mankind, art may tell a truth obliquely, do the thing shall breed the thought, nor wrong the thought, missing the mediate word. So may you paint your picture, twice show truth, beyond mere imagery on the wall. So, note by note, bring music from your mind, deeper than ever the Andante dived. So write a book shall mean beyond the facts. Suffice the eye and save the soul beside. And save the soul. If this intent save mine, if the rough ore be rounded to a ring, render all duty which good ring should do, and, failing grace, succeed in guardianship, might mine but lie outside thine, lyric love, thy rare gold ring of verse, the poet praised, linking our England to his Italy. End of section 166. End of chapter 12, The Book and the Ring. End of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning.